Hello. Welcome back. We're back with another Great Ace Attorney stream. Alright, I got the dashboard up, I got the chat up, I got everything up, and ready to go. It's gamer. It's gamer time. Yesterday we almost beat the final trial of this case, and we basically have one last confrontation left. I'm thinking this stream's probably gonna run shorter, probably closer to an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours. Things run a little long. We'll see. I mean, I could get surprised and there's still like 3 hours of content left somehow, but I doubt it. So, yeah, we're back. I'm excited to be finishing up the first game here, because Selected Venture, we're Selected Venture. We're back. See, this is the Great Ace Attorney Adventures, the first game in the package, and we're finishing up the last case. This song's kind of a bop. We'll get to this eventually. There will probably be another stream break after this. I'm moving out of my parents' house next week. And last time I said there would be a stream break, it was like a month, so who knows? That's why I want to get this over with. Because I don't know, September things are kicking into gear for me a little bit again, so gotta be ready for that. No, wait, not new game. Oh, hold on. No. How do I pause this?
The Empire.
Gee, get me out of this. No. Oh, this is not what I meant to click. I did not mean to click new game. Oh god. Okay, you know, I'm just gonna close the game. Preparing to launch the. No, do not launch another one. What the hell? Okay. Alright, we're good. Games person awesome. Welcome to the stream, viewer. I don't know, viewer. Stream. You better enjoy this. The adventure of the unspeakable story. Trial Part 3. When we left off, we did the first 2 parts of the trial, and now we're gonna do the 3rd part. It's gonna be a fun, good time. I hope whoever watching will enjoy. I should have filled up my water before I came in here and made another concoction, but whatever. 17th of April, 12:41 p.m. The Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. Ah, Gina, how are you holding up? I'm starting to feel quite warmly towards her frequent cold shoulders now. Cold shoulders is a phrase that is weirdly hard to say.
Ginny! Are you alright? Why didn't you say anything?
Let's go! I like it. I like to see the excitement in the chat, boys. Let's go! Oh, Great Ace Attorney? Let's go! What's the point, eh? Why go to all this trouble and fight so hard? For the likes of me? What? Are you sorted? That picture? What picture?
Ah, you mean this? The photograph taken by Hurley's red-handed recorder?
Let me check audio balancing. I'm gonna crank the music down just a wee bit. Okay. Bum, 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 bum.
Well, I didn't think it would have captured a scene like this, that's for sure.
It's hopeless. Anyone who sees that's gonna think I did it, eh? Well, I won't pretend it wasn't a bit of a shock when the prosecution first presented it to the court. Sure, you've got to have your doubts about me now. You can't still think I'm innocent. Of course I can.
Ginny, why don't you talk to us? Tell us what really happened last night.
Hey,
Bruno's cleverly managed to piece together a lot of new information, but still, we'd really like to hear it from you.
Alright then. It was after we had had dinner together at your place, right, Iris? Then we'd all had a chat up in your office, didn't we? Yes, I remember. After that, I just couldn't get to sleep. So I slipped out and went down to the street to the 2-to-1 to Winterbank's place. I had to know if Iris's story was there or not. The Hound of the Baskervilles. Yeah, that's why she went to the Winterbank shop to begin with, was to see if Iris's story was there. I don't know what it's about or nothing, but if you ask me, there's something in it that Shums don't like. Something what they don't want people eating. Hey, stop. Hi, Jack. So that's why he lied to Iris about sticking it in lug with Winterbank. Almost every word in this sentence is like messed up. At least that's what I thought about it at the time. So you broke into Winterbank's. I had to know if it was down. I mean, I had no idea all that was gonna kick off, did I? I struck the lock and I snuck inside. It's dark as you like in there. So I gave the old lamp on the counter a bit of a wick, and that's when... What do you think you're doing? Ah! I nearly died, I did. And next thing I knew... I grabbed a gun off the counter and was waving in the air like, I don't know what. I don't know why I did that. I shouldn't have done that. It was a bad idea. And... there's a girl who was in here this afternoon. I didn't think pickpockets went in for robbery. I give the Winterbank guy a different voice every time. The manuscript. Have you got the manuscript? Have you got it here? Did Shums leave a load of papers with you? A story? I beg your pardon? The Hound of the... something or other. If it's here, I want to see it. Oh, I'm sorry, young lady. But I'd sooner die than relinquish an article belonging to one of my customers. No, he's not Grossberg. We're not gonna do the Grossberg, like... mic peeking shit. I don't want it. What would I do with it anyway? I just want to see it's here, that's all. Oh, you want to see it, do you? I want to know if Shums reported it or not. Please, just let me see it and I'll go. Oh, very well then. But for pity's sake, stop waving my gun around, would you? So she had the gun for like 2... Gina is a Gormati. Yes. Yes, she is. That's how I've been dubbing her for a while now, Jack. Last stream I was saying that her voice was gonna sound more Mio from Xenoblade 3 than usual. So then the old cove unlocked the storeroom. I think one of my stream VODs I titled Crimes of Neil Lestrade. Like, I'm just doing like the Gormati Xenoblade voice. Then the old cove unlocked the storeroom door and we both went inside. And it was there, alright, the manuscript. Shums weren't lying after all. You did all that just to check for me, Jenny? Anyway, there was a bit of a kick-up out in the main bit of the shop. The Skulkin brothers arriving on the scene. Yes. What was that noise? Someone's breaking in. I feel like my voice for her is a little weird today. Slippin' Jimmy? Dear me, is there some burglars convention here tonight that I don't know about? I think I forgot to shut the door behind me. Sorry. I better go and take care of it. Could I possibly have my gun back? Oh, well, I'll come with you and... Now, don't be foolish. You must stay right here. Don't leave this room under any circumstances. And that's why she locked the door. Chimp with a machine gun, Andrews. Oh my god. And with that, he took the gun out of my hands and... the third accomplice of the Mario and Luigi Skulkin brothers. A chimp with a machine gun. The fallen monkey Chim Chim with a machine gun showed up. And then he shot Winterbank. And with that, he took the gun out of my hands and walked back out into the shop. I hung back in the storeroom, like he said, straining my ears in the dark to hear what was going on. In terms of dark, they got into a bit of a scrape. I should start to think I should help, see? So I was just about to go out into the storeroom myself when... when Mr. Windibank was shot. I had a couple of shots go off. 2, I think, almost at the same time. And then there he was, right at my feet, lying face down on the floor. I was right next to the storeroom door, so I slammed it shut and locked it quick as you like. Because you thought whoever had shot Mr. Windibank might come for you. Yeah. So I went to grab the old cove's gun. Figured I'd put up a fight at least. When I got a better look at him, I knew. Windibank was a goner. I felt funny in me head all of a sudden. Kinda dizzy. And after that, I don't remember nothing. That must be when you passed out, Gina. If I hadn't done what I'd done, the old cove might still be alive. Did you tell the police everything you just told us? Of course I did. But they didn't believe a word of it, did they? All they said was if I kept telling lies, it'd make things even worse for me. It'll be alright, Jenny. Don't worry. Just stay strong a little longer. I haven't even made my concoction yet, and I'm already slurring my sentences. Runo's about to put the real culprit through the mill. That cove what was there in the afternoon? That Eggert Benedict. Eggert Benedict! Hold on. Give me one second. My fan is too loud. It distracts me from my gaming. I doubt the mic picks it up, but... Eggert Benedict. I still remember how he looked at me. Like I was nothing. He was dead that night. We don't know his real name yet. But I'm convinced that he's involved somehow. Jack, yesterday, Von Karma literally said the word chicanery, and I had a little moment. I am not crazy. I know he swapped those numbers. I knew it was 1216. One after Magna Carta, as if I could ever make such a mistake. We appreciate your honesty, Gina. You what? You can leave it all in Runo's capable hands now, Jenny. Oh, I can, yeah. He defecated through a sunroof. Mr. Nada Odo? Yes. How come you trust me? You mean Von Zeeks? What did I say? Did I say Von Karma? It's because it's the group stream we're in the case with Von Karma, and I was literally editing that video earlier today, so my brain's a little... Yesterday I was like struggling to remember Von Zeeks' name. Because it's like they have similar character designs and they both have a Von. How come you trust me? I don't get it. I mean, have you forgotten what happened here before? Come on. It's only 2 months ago. Me and McGill did. We told you a whole pack of lies. And you got the bug trotter off with him, even though he was a killer. No. I could never forget that. Oh. I did what I thought was best at the time, but the pain of that error of judgment doesn't get any easier to bear. Still, don't forget that I also made you a promise. I told you that I'd be on your side to the bitter end no matter what. But what if I'm lying? You could be working to get another kiddo off the hook for all you know. I was once in your position, Gina. I was the accused in a trial. You were? Before I left Japan, I was accused of murder. And strange as it might sound, the circumstances of the crime were pretty damning. I didn't read that. I was sure that no one would believe me, that I wasn't the one who did it. Kid named Accused. Shut up. Oh, Runo. But there was one person who stood up for me, who believed in me, and was prepared to defend me. My best friend. This cool guy, Rianovsky. No one believes in you more than I do. Leave this to me. All you need to do is put your faith in me and I'll do the rest. Even then, somewhere inside me, I believed surely he doesn't really believe in me. Not completely. But I was wrong. Aww. The flashback memory of this guy before the last of Kazuma before the last section of the trial. Oh. What a good game. What a good game. As soon as my trial began, it was obvious that he had an absolute, unwavering belief in me. Kid named Kazuma. I didn't read that one from chat, I just said it. And in turn, I developed an absolute, unwavering belief in him. Since then, I came to realize, if you want someone to believe in you, you have to believe in the other person first. What are you saying? I promise you, Gina, that no matter what happens, I'll keep believing in you. You know, Jack, since you're here, I'll ask, how much of this trial do you think I have left? I'm about to do the, I'm about to interrogate, Eggert Benedict, whatever his real name is. I'm guessing I have, like, an hour, roughly. I stopped pretty far in, but, last night, but... You don't need to worry. I won't let you down. Even though I'm a diver! I'm a diver! I'm a driver! See, this is why I gave her the Neo voice. And a no-go, I'm a diver, I'm a liar, I'm a dinner, and I'm a fighter. You're not like McGilden. I know that. Kid named Diver. That's also not in chat. I'm coming up with these. You make one kid named joke, and now I'm just like, eh? That's right! You're our friend, Ginny! Itis. Diva named Gina! And we've come to the conclusion that you're someone we can trust. Focus. This will take 2 hours if I'm just like, a diva! A driver! A kid named Fart! Like, I'm not gonna pay attention. Kid named Sauce! Oh! Kid named Sauce! Mr. Naruto, what? Kid named Sus? So what who's Sus? Am I Sus? A kid named Sus. The Gina is Sus. Kid named Sus. Oh no, I've been broken. Defendant Gina Lestrada and a legal representative. Kid named legal representative. Court proceedings are about to resume. Please head into the courtroom immediately. Ah! Okay. Alright. Composure. Bum bum. I've been both a defendant and a defending lawyer in my time. So I knew only too well just how hard it was to put your faith in another. And I also knew just how hard it was to bear the burden of another putting all their faith in you. This is it at last. The final chapter. The final battle. Wish me luck, Susubs. And I hope you're watching over me too, partner. Let's go! Final battle. Final case. Then there's the second game, but... Final battle. Final case. 17th April, 1:41 p.m. The Old Bailey Courtroom. Bum. The Skulking Brothers. I hereby call this court to order as we resume the trial of Miss Gina Lestrade. Lord Von Zeeks, have you successfully subpoenaed the witness? The subpoena was delivered to the communication station where the man works immediately. However, the heavy rain has delayed the arrival of his carriage, it would seem. I see. And let us turn our attention to Inspector Gregson's... Okay, so he's not here yet. Great. Let us turn our attention to Inspector Gregson's precis of the case heard by the court this morning. The glaring omission of the third bullet in your report is a serious blunder, Inspector. I can only apologize, my lord. And although the defense's chemical analysis of the blood at the scene makes for a compelling argument, I cannot permit such untried methods to be used as evidence in my courtroom. It's a big mistake to cross Hurley and me. A very big mistake. We'll kill you. My lord, the subpoenaed witness has just arrived in the building. Oh, okay, cool. So, We don't have to wait at all. Let's go. Drawn to the stand without delay. Mr. Eggert Benedict. I didn't expect to be crossing paths with him again so soon. Certainly not like this. Is that my stomach rumbling? That was loud. I don't know. Thank you for complying with the court's subpoena at such short notice, sir. But of course, my lord. As an upstanding member of London society, it is my pleasure to oblige. Ah, kindly state your name and occupation for the record. Ashley Graydon, Communications Officer. Mr. Graydon and I both work at London's Central Communications Station. Now, perhaps somebody would kindly explain what all this is about. You were apprised of the situation by the court officer on your way here, I presume. Yes, I was. Something to do with a murder that took place at a pawnbroker's on Baker Street. And some nonsense about me having been there on the night in question. That is the accusation, indeed. This really is beyond a joke, you know. I don't remember what his voice was. Very well. Without further delay, the court will hear your testimony now, Mr. Great. You will respond to the accusation made against you under oath. Oh, God. Gladly, my lord. Gladly. Bum, 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 bum. The accusation. Naturally, I have occasion to make use of pawnbroking services from time to time. But are you seriously suggesting I colluded with these thugs to break into the place on the night of the murder? I have no intention of admitting such an outrageous accusation, even if certain parties here present claim that my blood was found at the scene. Some scaramuch detective's homebrewed tincture can hardly be taken as serious evidence. Oh, you deny the accusation completely, do you? I must say I am dismayed. For the highest court in the land to be swayed by this self-professed detective's toy. It was the will of the jury, and our great British justice system demands that the jury's will is upheld. Then it would seem we have the misfortune of a most inept assembly of jurors today. By golly! How long am I expected to be detained here? If, following the defense's cross-examination, your involvement in this matter has not been established, you will be free to leave immediately. Good. Then I shall be away in time for afternoon tea. Some small consolation, at least. Let us not hold up Mr. Graydon any longer than necessary, counsel. Proceed with the cross-examination. So, we meet again, Mr. Eggert Benedict. I'm gonna keep calling you that because it's funny. My apologies. You are? Ryanosuke Naruhodo, defense lawyer. We have met. If you say so. Ashley Graydon. Enchanté. So. Ooh. Hair reveal. Whenever a character has a hair reveal in this game, it's always like it's always like luscious blonde locks. I trust we can conclude this quickly. I'm not holding your flashy hat while we do. Cross-examination. The accusation.
Hold it!
Yes, we even met in the very pawnbrokery where the crime took place on the afternoon of the day in question. Though, of course, you introduced yourself by a different name at the time. It was Mr. Eggert Benedict.
Objection!
Tell me what made you... The witness is here to testify about events that took place that night. He is under no obligation to answer such unrelated questions. You can't be serious. Thank you. Because I certainly do not feel inclined to answer such an inappropriate question. So he's going to be evasive, is he? In an effort to not give anything away. This could be tricky. Hold on. Kid named Eggert. Very seriously suggesting I colluded with these thugs.
Hold it!
I feel like we could press this and get them to have a conflict. If we can get the thugs to, like, conflict. Have you seen these two men before? This pair? No, I don't associate with criminals. Said by a man who introduced himself as Eggert Benedict. I'd like to know who I have to thank for this. Who made this outlandish accusation against me? The young lawyer there in the black. This is a farce. Whose idea was it to permit an outsider to work in a British court anyway? That's right, I'm racist too. Needless to say.
Hold it!
Not admitting to. Where were you at around 1 in the morning on the night in question, sir? That is past the hour at which I would normally retire. Certainly. I was not in the company of these rapscallions. You're able to prove that.
Objection!
He doesn't need to prove it. Listen carefully, my learned Nicholas friend. For you appear to be under a gross misapprehension on this point. What do you mean? The witness maintains he was not at the scene of the crime. He has no obligation to prove his absence. If your accusation that the witness was present at the scene is that the witness was present at the scene, the obligation lies with you to prove your assertion. You will fulfill that obligation before putting any more unreasonable questions to the witness. Joe! A silent victory wiggle. Thanks. Even if certain parties here present claim that my blood was found at the scene.
Hold it!
That feels like the one maybe I could present. Blood was found at the scene of the crime. There's no question of that. Mr. Sholmes' chemical analysis has positively identified the substance as such. But I am not the only human to have blood running through my veins, am I? How can you be sure that the blood is mine? It could equally be the blood of one of these two miscreants. Every individual's blood is a slightly different composition. Mr. Sholmes' composition is... Spare me this science lesson. Who is this Sholmes character, anyway? Oh, I assumed all Londoners would know the name. He's a great, well, a renowned detective. So even you are unable to bring yourself to say great detective. A great detective, you say?
Right.
Now we're in the realm of fairy tales, are we? He's got something to say.
Excuse me!
It's always satisfying when another witness pipes up and you pan over. Do you have something to say about that, Mr. Skulkin? You just go at him. That's the most fun part of this multiple witness system.
What? Me?
No, the other one. The other Mr. Skulkin.
Well, I've had it up to here with this. How many times have I...
Not you, Gregson. You're not Big Bruv Skulky, I know. Skulky. Mr. Nash Skulkin.
Eh? Cool, blimey, governor. You what?
Is it not the case that when Mr. Graydon just spoke, a thought went through your mind? Would you care to share that thought with the court?
Eh? Me thoughts? I don't have none of them. Must have been him. You what?
Mr. Nash Skulkin, answer the question, please. What went through your mind when Mr. Graydon just spoke?
Nothing. Honest, gov, nothing. I was just thinking... If he waves his arm around like that much more, it'll open up the wound again, that's all.
What wound?
Where he took the bullet, of course. It was only 2 days ago. It ain't gonna be healed up yet. So I was, well, you know, I was worrying for him, and...
Now, how do you know he has a bullet wound? These thieves are so bad at lying.
Oh, hell's bells.
Hell's bells! Mr. Graydon, did you hear that? What? Your comrade is worried about you, it seems. On account of your injured arm. My lord. Yes, Mr. Graydon? I have no idea what these two wretches are talking about. Certainly, I shouldn't be expected to answer anything in relation to their mindless insinuations. We know that someone other than the victim was hit by a bullet at the scene of the crime 2 nights ago. And from the height of the bullet hole in the wall, that person was likely hit in the upper arm or thereabouts. Perhaps you'd allow a court official to examine your arm, sir. The left arm that you're currently clasping with your right hand, as if in pain? No. I refuse. You have shown no evidence whatsoever that links me to these common thieves. Accordingly, I am not obliged to permit any such invasion of my privacy. As I've already said, I'm completely uninvolved in all this. I've never had anything to do with the pawnbrokery where this fellow was killed whatsoever. I take offense at the insinuation that I was any way involved. You claim to have had nothing whatsoever to do with Mr. Winterbank's pawnbroker. My lord, the defense would like that last statement to be added to Mr. Graydon's formal testimony. Oh yeah, because that's easily contradictable. Like, didn't Gregson see him? Like... Don't we have a photo with him in it? Didn't we get a photo with him in it at the pawnbrokery? Wasn't that a thing? Maybe it never got added to my evidence, but... like that it's in here saved as him. Like no matter what he says. I thought we had a photo. I thought there was a photo with him in it. Whatever. Let's press this station.
Hold it!
Never had anything to do with it. I read that so weirdly. Never had anything to do with it. You forget I was there, Mr. Graydon, on the very afternoon of the incident. Obviously, I'm not a complete stranger to the pawnbrokers. I'm currently on the lookout for an armchair to furnish my study.
Objection!
No, you were there to redeem an article. I have no idea
Is
what
that
you're
right?
talking about. Yeah, okay, Gregson knows that this is a
Excuse
lie.
me.
Do you have something to add, Inspector? Eh? Come again, Sunshine? You were there too, in fact, weren't you, Inspector? That afternoon. Well, yes, I do remember meeting yourself at the pawnbroker that afternoon. You, your young Japanese... Oh, did he show up after the guy left? Okay. You, your young Japanese assistant, and the accused, Ward Pleasant, as I recall. And at that time, this witness, Mr. Graydon, was... No, he was there at the same time. Yeah. Graydon and Gregson have the crossover. He was trying to acquire a particular article. Well done. I'm afraid I don't remember too clearly. Really, dude? I'm not going to lie and pretend I remember something that I don't. Greggs, he showed us a picture before, didn't he? You know, from the cameras that Hurley installed at Winterbanks? Yeah, Gregson showed us a picture with this guy in it. Why isn't this in the court record? Indeed, and the gentleman pictured bears a striking resemblance to the witness, I must say. he can't hide that he was there earlier in the day. At no point have I denied the fact that I was there earlier in the day. I mean, I guess technically he's right. I merely entered the shop to peruse the articles on sale and have a word with the broker. Nothing more. This makes no sense. I understand why Graydon might be trying to cover his tracks. But why would Gregson be trying so hard to avoid giving testimony about what happened? That's all he's going to say on the matter, is it? What do you think, Bruno? I think he has no intention of telling us anything. He's well aware that the less he says, the less chance he has of giving himself away. The complete opposite of Hurley, then. He seems to think the more he says, the better. Well, at least I managed to prise a little more information from these witnesses' lips. All thanks to the school. Yes, they were the key to it after all. He says he had nothing to do with Wednesday. We know that's not true. So that's definitely the statement we have to present on. I just need to find some evidence that proves that he had something to do with the pawnbroker. Okay, useless, pointless. Nothing on this ticket that like proves his involvement. There's nothing on this ticket that proves his involvement either. The blood is not a valid. Bottom line is, I've never had anything to do with the pawnbroking establishment where the man was killed. I've never had anything to do with that. So I feel like we need to find receipts of him being there. Neither of these receipts tell me anything. That says for McGilded on the back. Somebody you let go. None of this evidence, like, directly points back to him, does it? I've, like, scoured these photos. If they had anything in them, I would know it. Maybe I just present the disc as like a, hey, you wanted this disc. That's the...
Objection.
I'm gonna try that. Have you ever seen this disc before, Mr. Green? Okay, yeah. Why? Is it supposed to mean something? This disc was, until the day of his murder, in pawn in Mr. Windibank's shop. It was redeemed by the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, that afternoon. However, somebody mysteriously appeared to try to take it from her. And that somebody was you, of course. Wasn't it, Mr. Graydon? As I have reiterated numerous times now, you are mistaken. That was not me. I've never seen that disc before in my life. It may have escaped your notice, but there is a small smear of blood on the disc. Ah, yes, resulting from an abrasion of the thumb, perhaps? That's right. The surface of the disc is covered in hundreds of tiny metal bumps. In the skirmish to acquire the disc, the thumb of the person who tried to take it suffered minor lacerations. So, while the disc bears the remnants of that skirmish in the form of this smear of blood, the thumb of the person in question must bear the remnants also, in the form of a scratch. He's just gonna refuse to let us look at his thumb again, like he did with the shoulder. Like, you refused to allow a court officer to examine your arm before. Are you now going to refuse to allow us to examine your thumb? Because I have no doubt that it bears a small scratch consistent with the smear of blood on this disc. Well. It would seem I underestimated you. What is the meaning of this? So you admit it now. You admit you have a scratch on your thumb from when you attempted to take the disc from the defendant. Order! Order! Well, Mr. Graydon. It would appear there's been something of a misunderstanding here. I did not attempt to take the disc, as you put it. No, quite the reverse. What are you trying to say? It's really quite simple, you see. The disc was mine from the outset. Is there some crime in taking an item that you own out of pawn? What? It would seem, Mr. Grayson, that in this piece of evidence, my learned friend has established a link between yourself and the incident. Accordingly, you will tell the court everything you know about this disc, now. As you wish, though I'm quite sure it has nothing whatsoever to do with the pawnbroker's murderer. Witness testimony. The disc. There's a note on the disc saying, for McGilden, but the item belongs to me. I'm glad he mentioned the note, because now I don't have to present it. The redemption ticket was stolen from me by the accused, that filthy gutter, on the day in question. I proceeded at once to the shop in order to explain my situation and redeem the article. In the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police. In other words, I had absolutely no reason to break into the shop later that same night. It's true that he knew the cops had the disc, so that's not why he broke it. My theory is he was breaking in to steal the mental script, the Hound of Baskerville's thing, because that clearly has some sort of important information in it, and that's why Sholmes wouldn't let Iris publish it. Did I hear you correctly, sir? McGilden, you say? The famous London philanthropist, who perished in this very courtroom 2 months ago after being acquitted of a distinctly messy murder. Yes, the one and the same. Good Lord, Mr. Graydon, are you saying that Mr. McGilden and yourself were acquainted? Yes, that's correct. Order! Well, I certainly didn't expect to hear that name uttered here in my courtroom again. According to what Gina told us, this disc was placed in pawn on that fateful night 2 months ago. McGilden himself gave instructions to deposit it at Windibanks. It's funny that Mr. Graydon here is claiming the disc belongs to him then, isn't it? In all likelihood, he's lying. So he appeared that afternoon at Windibanks in order to get his hands on McGilden's disc for some reason. What is he lying about? Hold on. Sorry, I was messing with my hair. He's claiming the disc belongs to him, and that's the one. Yeah. Counsel, you would commence your cross-examination, please. We've already been going for 45 minutes. Dang. Yeah. Okay. This was definitely a smart decision to come back to this today and not try to run through all of this last night. The disc. There's a note on the disc saying for McGilden.
Hold it!
That's an important detail. Would you care to explain how this belongs to you?
As you will observe, a communications officer such as myself commands a fine salary.
You are certainly exquisitely dressed, sir.
So you see, I have little need to make use of the services provided by the pawnbrokery trade. However, I did once find myself in difficulties having misplaced my purse with a on an errand, which is why I pawned my fine black overcoat to the broker in question. You claimed that was your overcoat, obviously, and in my haste I clean forgot that the music box disc was in its pocket. And yet, there is a note on it that reads, "For McGilded." I am a collector of rare and unusual music box music. I first met Mr. McGilded at a gentleman's club in the city and was interested to discover that he shared my penchant in that area.
Oh, the disc in question.
It's a pre-production sample. I promised to let Mr. McGilded hear it. But then you forgot that it was in your overcoat. Where the pocket of the overcoat you first one. Yes, exactly.
Gina didn't mention any of that in her testimony 2 months ago, did she?
No, because McGilded had threatened her to keep her mouth shut.
That also, contradicts what she was saying about McGilded telling her to take the coat there. All of this is founded on a lie. Which means that if we dig too deeply here, it's going to expose Gina's perjury.
Oh dear, this is complicated, isn't it?
No, absolutely no reason to break into the shop. Perhaps you'd seen something of value amongst the forfeited items?
No, not at all.
Oh.
A valuer was brought in by the police to assess everything in the shop. Without exception, every article on the shelves was common or garden bric-a-brac.
In that case, it's clear. Then you broke into the shop later that day in order to recover Mr. McGilded's disc.
Have you not been listening, man? Even if I had wanted to recover the disc, it was taken by the police that afternoon. It was no more in the shop that night than I. As I keep saying, I simply had no reason to forgive.
Nothing of McGilded's left in the shop that night. Oh, that's a hint. Hold on. Is there anything left of it See, I was thinking maybe he came to steal the manuscript, but the receipt. The receipt with Mason's blood on it. Oh.
There's no doubt about it, that witness is lying through his teeth. Rexy's being very strange about all this.
I know what to present here. I was thinking the manuscript is what he came to get, but this could also be it.
Objection!
This was from the coat. Let's just consider the implications of that statement a moment, shall we? What? Was it? Is that not? What implications, Count? Nothing to wait. How is that not? He said absolutely no reason to break into the shop. That. Hold on. That's McGilded's receipt, isn't it? Or did I present the wrong one? This is the pawnbroker's ticket coat. What did I... Hold on. Did I present the right one? I'm gonna watch the stream playback that's going... The stream preview over here. To see if I can... Okay, why is my stream preview, miles behind? Okay, there we go. Watch the stream preview to make sure I presented the right evidence. Hold on. Now it's less behind, but I'll still get the... Come on. Did I present the one from the code, or did I present the wrong one? No, I presented the right one. Okay, so I guess that wasn't correct. They were indicating that, if I had something that was also McGilded's, this would be the thing to show. Weird. Okay. Let's just keep pressing this statement.
it!
So you're saying that Miss Lestrade lifted the ticket from your pocket or bag? That's right. Despite being mindful of danger when walking into the insalubrious areas her kind frequent.
Objection!
Miss Lestrade did no such thing. Well, of course you would take that stance. But the girl is a regular offender. You came to the pawnbrokery that day prepared with all the information you needed to identify the defendant. You were looking for her. That's what brought you to Windibanks. To get your hands on Mr. McGilded's dick.
Objection!
My learned friend is a veritable font of nonsense. Fount, I think. Fount, like fount. Nonsense. I concur with the prosecution. Counsel, you would refrain from conjecturing in this way. Yes, my lord.
Hold it!
Had you ever been to Windibanks before? Only once, for the purposes of pawning something. But, like Minnie, I enjoy browsing in such establishments. So when you noticed that the pickpocket had taken your ticket, you chased after. Is that correct? Yes, that's right. I didn't notice at first, of course, such as the art of the pick purse. But when I did, I headed to the pawnbrokery at once, in order to reclaim my coat before the thief could go. I was merely trying to recover what was rightfully mine in the first place. I need to, like, shave, man. Like, facial hair is annoying me. He can say what he likes, because I don't even have that much facial hair. In the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police.
Hold it!
Now, why was it taken by the police? Let's press that. It was taken by Inspector Gregson here, wasn't it? That's right. This was the very man.
Is that right?
Apparently the police are collecting anything that has a connection to McGilded as evidence.
Excuse me.
There's something wrong, Inspector. What do you mean? The last remark Mr. Graydon made in his testimony seemed to trouble you in some way. Eh? No. No, it didn't. It's nothing. Leave me alone. Let me ask you this, Inspector. Why is Scotland Yard gathering Mr. McGilded's possessions? I can't tell you something like that, Sunshine. What is it, Inspector? Investigative secrets. Yes, exactly. You should know all about that. Magnus McGilded, who died so unexpectedly after his trial 2 months ago. A man renowned to the capital for his great contributions to public life. Yet he had a dark side. Where are you going with this, Von Zeeks? I suppose the police are dealing with the aftermath of his nefarious activities, are they? That's enough! A corporate like me have duties to carry out that we're not at liberty to talk about. That's all you need to know. Duties conferred by Lord Strongheart, I presume. The Lord Chief Justice appears to have great faith in you, Inspector. The bottom line is, if you want to get more out of me, you're gonna need Lord Strongheart's paw print first. What's all this about? It's like there's something going on between Gregson and Lord Von Zeeks. They're going to kiss! No, actually, I think Von Zeeks doesn't, like... I think Von Zeeks is trying to expose whatever it is that Strongheart is up to. Because Strongheart is sussy as hell. Well, it would appear that the inspector has revealed all he is at liberty to reveal. Mr. Graydon, let us return to your testimony. Gladly, my lord. So I still think this is the statement we need to present something on. I just don't know what. Maybe the blood samples? Because that indicates that no, because they already have said they don't consider the blood samples valid. So, like, this being thrice-fired Mason's blood, it really doesn't... Like, it doesn't prove... Like, they're not going to accept that. I really thought it was this, the pawnbroker's ticket. Because this ticket is, is McGilded's, isn't it?
Let me get a clearer look at the image. I guess, oh, that's right. The redemption tickets don't actually have names on them, do they? Something of McGilded's that he could have been recovering? I mean, it could be the Hound of the Baskervilles, but, like, that's not McGilded's. Like, that was my initial theory as to what he would have been going to get. But that manuscript is not tied to McGilded at all, is it? Hound of the Baskervilles. That's right. The Hound of the Narahodoms. Okay. Let's just try this.
Objection!
Oh, the music didn't even stop for that one. Ugh. Okay. What am I supposed to present here? Let me just press this statement again, just to...
Hold it!
Absolutely no reason to break into the shop. The appraiser thing. He went to steal McGilded's disc. You've not been listening, man, even if I wanted to recover the disc. This is the key line here. There was nothing of McGilded's left in the shop that night. Nothing this man might have been after. I wonder if that's really true. Bruno, if you have some evidence, then let him have it. McGilded slipped the disc into his coat pocket and had it deposited at Windibanks. Then, when he realized he was going to be arrested on suspicion of the omnibus murder, he threatened Gina and forced her to take the redemption ticket. There's no doubt about it. That witness is lying through his pearly white teeth. The police were obviously after anything left behind by McGilded as well. That's why Gregson ended up taking the disc into custody. But Gregsy's being very strange about all this. Maybe this redemption ticket is... None of the redemption tickets don't have names. On the back is just the stupid cat pictures. Today's paper, this morning's paper. Absolutely no reason to break into the shop there. Like, I don't think I have pressed all the statements, right? There's gonna be a long stream if I can't figure this out. Jack, come back. Yeah, he said kid named accused and then disappeared. There are viewers here though, so maybe he's lurking. But redemption ticket issued from the pawnbroker owned by the victim, Mr. Windibank. Boy. See, this is from the coat. That's why I'm like, oh, item from the coat. That's what they wanted. But I don't know if that was even at the crime scene. Let's look at these photos. Maybe there's something in these photos that was at the crime scene that he could have wanted. Like this picture, perhaps? I'm gonna try this. No, the picture's still there, though. That's what's...
Objection!
my... Present here. Did I press this one? Have you ever been to Windibanks before? Only once for the... Yeah, okay, I did press this one. Item belongs to me. I just feel like I've looked through all of this evidence so many times. I'm not sure what new info I can, like, pull out of it. I'm deceased on the last like, okay, the trial summary from... There's a lot of evidence in here that just isn't very useful. Like, this newspaper thing is not gonna matter for, like, another... Like, the newspaper thing probably has to do with this guy's motive. But we haven't gotten to motive yet, because I'm still trying to figure out what he was... Maybe? Because it talks about government secrets being... But that's such a reach. That's such a reach to say, oh, he's there to steal government secrets. Like, why would Windibank have government secrets? Something? That he was trying to steal. This is weird. I genuinely don't know what to do. I'm just gonna start presenting random things.
Objection!
No, I did not mean to click forward. It's gotta be the last statement, right? Like, the police are obviously after... They keep emphasizing anything left behind by McGilded. But what was left behind by McGilded? I don't... It's gotta be on this statement. I can't imagine. I don't know what would, like, contradict about... Because all the rest of these are, like, the disc was taken by the police. That's true. At the shop, he tried to explain his situation. That's true. The redemption ticket was stolen from me. That's not true. So maybe we have something that contradicts that? But... redemption ticket was stolen from me by the accused. Is there a way to prove that that's wrong? I think if there was, we would have already proved it. And in this one, the item belongs to me is also a lie, but... I feel like this might be the hardest I've been stuck on something in this game. I genuinely have no idea what... I've presented all the stuff that to me would make sense to present. It has to be the last statement. You had absolutely no reason to break into the shop. That's a lie. I just need to figure out how. Try presenting the blood.
Objection!
And that's the game over. What am I supposed to do here? Absolutely, my good sir. I don't know what to do. I don't want to look it up.
Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty.
No summation examination. Retry from this scene, I guess. So what's interesting is pressing these didn't actually change the testimonies at all. So, like, it's weird because we got some, like, slight info out of pressing, but nothing concrete. Maybe it is the newspaper with the government secrets. Like, that's what McGilded has that they're, like, after. And that's what the game is trying to hint me towards. The newspaper talking about how they're government. But I feel like that's such a stretch. I feel like multiple things that I have presented that haven't worked have been less of a stretch.
Hold it! Objection!
Objection!
See, the last time I got this stuck, it was some weird thing where I had to press statements out of order to get info. So now I'm like paranoid that I have to press shit multiple times. I don't need Jack. I don't need Jack. I can press everything twice on my own. I'm gonna try, I guess I'll try the newspaper. That's such a bad piece of evidence, but like...
Objection!
Nope. What the hell do I do here? I'm pressing every statement that's a lie multiple times to see if I get any kind of, like, new dialogue branch. You forgot that the music box disc was in this book. Okay, they're telling me to leave this one alone because I don't want to expose her perjury. But... ah! What do I do here? Because we're not even, like, most of this evidence is not even relevant anymore. We're not exactly talking about the murder, we're talking about, like... We're talking about, like, the incident the day before. And I don't have any evidence from that, really. Wait. She's wearing the coat. Maybe they came to get the coat, but I already tried this one. I already tried this one on the last statement, didn't I? Absolutely no reason to break into the shop. I already tried this statement. I already presented this. What is there even left? Like, actually, what is there left that I can present that is even related to this question? Should I present the frickin' disc again?
Objection!
Whoever my two viewers are very patient right now. Because I have been stuck on this for a while. Is there a hint option? Story mode on. Autoplay the game. I don't want to turn that. That's so lame. Let's save here with all the statements like pressed, and then we can go back in and do what the hell we're supposed to do. In the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police. Absolutely no reason to break into the shop. No reason to break into the shop. That can't be okay. This is irrelevant. This is irrelevant. These have already been presented. These have already been presented. This is not. I have literally already presented everything that McGilded owns, so that can't be it. It's got to be something else. Why is the game leading me in that it really is trying to be like something else of McGilded's, but I've already presented every single other fucking thing that McGilded had. I've presented every single thing even related to McGilded except, I guess, these notes. Which is also not the answer. So I'm so confused. It belongs to me. We can't prove it doesn't. The redemption ticket was stolen from me. We also can't prove this. Because this is, I mean, this is the whole basis of the first day of the case. Maybe I had to press all the statements and then present this here?
Objection!
What the hell, man? I'm so close to looking this up. I'm so close to looking this up. What the hell am I supposed to present here? This stream's gonna end up running a lot longer because I cannot. How long have I been on this? How long have I been on this segment? I'm so confused. I just feel like I'm missing evidence. Part 4. There's a part 4? I definitely just looked up GAA Case 5 Egbert Benedict Testimony. Why is there... I'm seeing Adventure of the Unspeakable Story Trial, Part 4. There's a Part 4? Oh no. There's a Part 4 and I'm stuck on Part 3. Why? Why? I just want to finish the case. No. And for some reason, I'm getting the wiki articles for Part 2 of the case and Part 4 of the case, but not Part 3, the part that I'm actually on. Hold on. Present the pawnbroker disc box? The box? I did, didn't I? I thought I presented this one already.
Objection!
Huh? This game is so confusing sometimes. If I need to press state... Okay, I definitely freaking presented that. And I definitely presented it after pressing Grayson. What is happening right now? What is this wiki? Why is this... What is this game? I'm gonna review the. I'm gonna watch the VOD back later and be like, why didn't you present the box ticket? Why didn't you present the box ticket? I'm actually so embarrassed. I don't know why. I'm like actually weirdly like bothered and embarrassed by that. I'm so sorry, guys. If I didn't present that and just acted like I did. I probably presented it on some other fucking statement.
Objection!
Conjecture again. And in any case, the disc was taken into custody. Yeah, wait. We've already done this. What is happening? We've already... Sorry, my honored friend, but that's not true. Mr. McGilden had another article. The pawnbroker... What? The box. Oh, right, the box was his. Yeah, no, I remember, but... I'm so confused. I didn't present this already? Why didn't I present this? Someone please. I'm not crazy. I know I presented it. I knew it was the pawnbroker's ticket box. 1 after, 2 before pawnbroker's ticket code. As if I could never make such a mistake. Never. I just couldn't prove it. He covered his tracks. He got the streamer to get distracted. Getting okay. He orchestrated it. Graded. He defecated through a sunroof. This chicanery? You think this is bad? I've done worse. I've made multiple shit jokes during these streams. I could make a compilation of the amount of times I've referenced Among Us. You think this is bad? This chicanery? The reason you broke into the shop that night was to recover the second ticket, together with your 2 accomplices, the Skulkin brothers. Oh. This is the second ticket, is it? What did the man deposit? The box. I knew McGilden had a... This chicanery? A rather vague description, it seems to me. Are you suggesting that I broke into the pawnbrokery with these clowns in order to steal some trinket box? I believe there are adequate grounds to suspect that you did. This is absurd. Why on earth would I do such a thing? You know, where we are in the stream is about where I thought we'd be when I was wrapping up the case. We are not. There's a part 4. I don't know why I'm so, like, heated about having to look this up. I've looked up things for Ace Attorney before. It's different when you're doing it on stream.
So that means that for some reason, this Graydon fellow needed the small box that very night, does it?
Objection!
It's time to put an end to the chicanery, my lord. Could you be a little less cryptic, Lord Von Cheeks? I do hate to ruin my learned friend's argument, but the truth is quite incontrovertible. On the night in question, no small box was taken from Winterbank's pawnbrokery. And rest assured the prosecution can prove it. What? Good gracious! Inspector, show the photographic prints to the court, if you please. Yes, sir! What prints? These prints were taken from... Oh, the frickin' cameras are only being used to harm our case. So the box is on the shelves. Right? Is that what they're saying? I see. So we have 2 pictures to compare. Though I must say that placing them side by side leaves me rather cold. Because there's no difference.
At Scotland Yard, we considered theft as one possible motive in this case. We explored the possibility that something had been taken in addition to the victim's life. So men have already compared these two prints thoroughly, Inspector. See, because I don't think he was trying to steal the box. I think he was trying to steal the Hound of Baskervilles, and this is a dumb thing that I wasted like half an hour on. We counted every single item in each of these two photographic prints, and the Yard's conclusion is that it's exactly the same photo. In other words, nothing was taken from the pawnbrokery on the night in question, and my learned friend's assertion is nothing more than a hopeful fantasy. I don't believe it. If I could have just shown that he'd stolen McGilden's pawned box, I might have been able to break him down at last. You know what, Bruno? I've been thinking. I wonder if these two photographs really are exactly the same. Stethoscope bullshit. What? So, counsel, in the light of the evidence put forward by the prosecution, what's your position? Do you accept the prosecution's assertion? Hidden discrepancy. There's a discrepancy, Your Honor. I don't know what it is, but I'll find it. Precise location of that. Shit. Hold on, let's go cross-eyed. Cursor out of here. Not me sitting here trying to go cross-eyed and failing. I need to play this on the 3DS, damn it. Hold on. Can I use the frickin' this thing? Okay, well, maybe use a piece of evidence is what I needed to look at this through. But I'd assume if there's a discrepancy, I could find it with my keen little eye. This is stupid. There's no discrepancy. Why did I do this? Ah!
Take that!
Just present something.
Objection!
There is indeed a discrepancy in your powers of reasoning. I don't... I'm sorry, I can't look at it cross-eyed. I'm not playing on the 3DS. Hold on, let's use the funny item to... Can we use the funny item to look at the photograph? Before I give my answer, my lord, I'd like to try something. Yeah, I'll use this stupid thing.
Take that!
The funny mouth. I'd like to use this device, my lord, to view the two prints stereoscopically. Ooh! Yes, you've caught the bug at last. You can't resist it, can you? You've got the cross-eyed compulsion. Juror number 3. What a surprise. Come on, Runo. Let's put the pictures in place and see what this wonderful contraption shows us. What? Okay, so I had to use the funny magnifying glass, I guess. Great. These two prints are almost identical. However, there is one minor discrepancy between them. What?
Oh my god, that's so obvious. That little thing has been moved a little bit. I'm just tired, alright, guys? I woke up at like 4:30 this morning and I could not fall back asleep. And like, I took a nap, but it's not the same. I'm sorry. I love Von Zeke's looking through this thing, though. Let me... Wait. Unbelievable. Box scooted 2 inches to the left. By Jove, you're right! How extraordinary! Cross-eyed judge. Cross-eyed judge. It's okay. Cross-eyed judge will bring the stream back into order! What this tells us is very simple. Mr. McGilded's small box was indeed not stolen from Windibanks on the night in question. However, there can be no doubt that somebody picked up this particular box and then returned it to its place on the shelf. Are you suggesting that the small box originally deposited by Mr. McGilded is in fact... Yes, the very same small box I just identified in those photographic prints.
Objection!
Mindless guesswork. What if it was? Wait, what am I doing? What's happening? Sorry, the small box... So that's the small box? They picked up the box and then returned it. So a box was moved on the shelf. Nothing was stolen. Which means quite simply that nothing has changed. That may be true, but... Right, McGilded's box wasn't stolen. Does the fact that it was moved change things? It changes everything. Don't press the bad one. I believe this changes everything about the case. How can that possibly be? The crucial point is the fact that what was moved was a small box. In other words, we have to consider what might have been inside that box. What are you suggesting? That whatever was in the box was stolen. We need to examine the box as soon as possible.
Objection!
A vital piece of evidence is sitting on the shelf at Windibanks as we speak. That won't be necessary. Some little box belonging to a man who died 2 months ago can't possibly be relevant to this trial. The court does not uphold your objection, Lord Bond. Plaintiff, arrange for an officer to go to Baker Street at once. Obtain the small box in question and bring it back here for further examination. This kind of shit is why in the present-day timeline of the regular Ace Attorney games, we have multiple days of investigation. To avoid exactly this kind of scenario. Sorry, I'm looking. Hold on. Okay, sorry, I was checking something. We should have a report within half an hour. I think perhaps we should recess for a short while until the evidence is brought forth. I don't want to recess, dude. The part 3 section took like an hour. To be hoodwinked by such a farce. Humph. Disappointing. I beg your pardon, Lord Van Zeeks. This is nothing but a smoke screen. A Nipponese specialty, it would seem. What are you trying to say? My learned friend has persisted with the same line of reasoning from the very beginning, that this witness's intent was to steal an article belonging to Mr. McGilded from the pawnbrokery. Yet common sense tells us that none of the articles have value enough to be worth stealing in the first place. Exactly! It would be beyond absurd to break into a place for the purpose of stealing such a common piece of property. Oh, the wine's being poured. Do I need to go? I feel like I could use a drink, right? If we're about to go into a section 4, I could use a drink. If your lordship recalls, Mr. McGilded perished 2 months ago, immediately after the conclusion of his trial, which
trial in which he was found not guilty. A trial in which it was established he was the upstanding member of society his reputation implied, in fact. So I propose a toast to my learned friend and his most insightful defense. What are we toasting? We're toasting the gilded? This is weird. The articles this upstanding member of society pawned were entirely ordinary. A black overcoat that just happened to have a music box disc in one of its pockets, and a small box. I assure you I wouldn't accept it even if the man tried to make a gift of such things to me. You know, that does make rather a lot of sense. Not as if it was gold or jewels to you, but you can't put in cash in a pawn book. We are quite certain of that. The prosecution's argument is undeniably compelling. It is incumbent on the defense now to bolster his argument. To explain what possible significance these commonplace articles pawned by this fine citizen would have. Well, counsel, is your argument in fact demonstrable? Are you able to show proof that the disc or the box are in any tangible way related to this case? Well, what's the matter, Runo? We know that they're related, don't we? Yes, of course, you and I both know that, but we know McGilded's true character, and we know why the disc is significant. We know the disc is significant, even if we don't know why. But if we explain all that to the court at this point, we'll have to acknowledge that McGilded's acquittal 2 months ago was a mistake. The defense's argument was flawed, based on false information. Oh no! And that would mean admitting that Gina committed perjury. But Ginny! Could it be that Bonzi's knows? Is that why he's doing this now? Because he anticipated everything? But maybe this could be a great opportunity for us. Sorry? What do you mean, Iris? Well, what is it that you always say, Runo? Sooner or later, the truth comes out. Every time. Alright, the exact significance of the things that McGilded deposited with Mr. Winterberg is something that only Gina can explain to the court. Encoding overloaded. Okay, well, OBS is like, what are you doing? I guess. I don't know. Just checking my settings real quick. We're good though. Everything's still going, so. I put her on the stand to testify. Critically damage our chances of winning this case. Are we putting her on the stand? I don't want to have Gina testify. That seems like a bad idea. That seems like something that's gonna add a whole lot of detectiving to this one. Alright, if we're gonna have Gina testify, I'm gonna need to get a little I'm gonna need to pull out a little concoction again. I'm gonna need to get some fresh air. My lord, the defense would like to make a proposal. Oh, what proposal, counsel? While the court awaits the arrival of Mr. McGilded's small box. Okay, wait, we're just talking to her while we wait? Okay, maybe it won't take that long. I would like to call the defendant, Gina Lestrade, to the witness stand. The defendant? What end? It's to do with the various articles deposited in Windibanks by Mr. McGilded. Miss Lestrade has information related. I believe it would be beneficial for the court to hear what she has to say. It will prove the significance of this disc once and for all. Well. Or the articles, including the disc. Well. Things are becoming interesting. I presume you've considered the implications of the testimony I'm proposing. In particular, the impact it will have on the accused's standing. And indeed your own. Quantiques, would you care to explain that last remark? The prosecution accepts the defense's proposal. I move to interrupt the cross-examination of the current witness and hear from the accused herself. Very well. You have no objection. The court will now hear the testimony of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. But first, I'm going to fill me up a drink. I'll be right back. Alright, let's get the show back on the road. The court will now hear the testimony of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. Your witness is currently on the stand. May step down until further notice. Okay. Then I shall bid you good day. Wait. You, sir, shall remain in the stand while Miss Lestrade testifies. I've poured myself a new concoction. New, it's the same one I had yesterday on stream, but... Ooh. Why am I chilly all of a sudden? As you wish. Alright then, Gina. It's time. It's time. Jesus. I know this will be hard, but please, put your faith in me here. Good luck, Bruno. The articles that Mr. McGillis had deposited in Windbank's pawnbrokery. Sorry. The articles that Mr. McGillis had deposited in Windibank's pawnbrokery are intimately related with the omnibus case, the trial of which was heard in this court 2 months ago. Yes, and I remember this young lady being brought before me in that trial as well. Oh, Jesus, that's right, my lord. The burping begins. I have like a tiny sip of this. Her testimony helped to establish the innocence of the defendant, Mr. McGillis. The omnibus case was intriguing, to say the least. And now, here we all are again. Same players in that trial, facing each other once more. A twist of fate, perhaps? My Nipponese friend. Allow me to recap the events of 2 months ago. An old brickmaker was stabbed to death in an omnibus running along London's winter streets. Jesus, get the word, get the earth. Apart from the victim, there was only one other person in the carriage, Mr. McGillis. Naturally, he was the prime suspect for the murder. But as the trial progressed, another possibility emerged. That the murder, in fact, took place above the defendant's head on the roof deck. Yeah, I forgot that. The second omnibus! There's a second omnibus! Oh! With the body then being dropped through the skylight into the carriage below. It was Miss Lestrade whose testimony brought that possibility to light. At the time of the incident, Lestrade was concealed under a seat in the carriage, hoping to pick the pockets of unsuspecting passengers. Then, immediately after the trial, having been acquitted of the murder, McGillis died in this very courtroom in the most extraordinary of circumstances. A mystery that remains unsolved even now, 2 months. As indeed does the omnibus murder itself. Be that as it may, I recall neither the disc nor this small box being mentioned in the course of those proceedings. Miss Lestrade? Would you tell the court now, please, what really happened in the omnibus 2 months ago? I mean... I don't know what you mean. I already said all of what I know. And what about everything you told us yesterday from inside your prison cell? Please, Miss Lestrade. This is extremely important. But... remember, if it transpires that you willfully withheld information in the trial 2 months ago, the Home Office will seek to prosecute you for perjury. Perjury is better than murder. And naturally, you will lose all credibility as a witness. Although, let's face facts, you have little credibility to lose. Jenny, don't listen to him. Please, you have to trust Bruno now. Itis, we're on your side. Alright then. I'll talk. It's the right choice, Gina. Well, it would seem that my learned friend is hell-bent on bringing the entire courtroom down about his ears. So be it. I must confess that I'm struggling to understand what on earth is happening here. However, it would appear that Mr. McGilded's pawned articles and that extraordinary case of the omnibus harbor secrets of which we have been hitherto unaware. So, Mr. Lestrade, you will now give your testimony before the court about the events of 2 months ago. You will reveal the truth, a commodity sorely lacking in your original statements. This is it then. Everything's going to come out. Like Von Zeke said. This could bring the whole courtroom down about my ears. But as a lawyer, I'm prepared to take that risk. The real truth of the omnibus case. Truth is, that brickmaker cove was in the cabin of the omnibus the whole time. And the Irishman dragged me out from under the seat and saw that disc on the floor. All of a sudden, I heard a scream from over me and Ed, and that pair on the roof deck went off to pull the stops. That's when McGilded slipped the driver some tin. That's when McGilded... That's when McGilded slipped the driver something to do a run to the pawn shop roundabout. He threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing about no one about what I'd seen Ed. Good grief, this is outrageous! What you just told the court bears almost no resemblance to your testimony from 2 months ago. As you say, then there's every chance. I may have advocated an error in McGilded's trial. Sounds very much to me as if the man deliberately deceived this court in an effort to cover up the most wicked of schemes. Without doubt, your lordship is correct. A great injustice was done in this courtroom 2 months ago. The actions of the accused in that trial, of this witness, and of my learned friend are entirely inexcusable. I don't believe it. The whole trial was a farce, it was all lies, and McGilded fell off his pocket to the court. Don't forget the lawyer from the east, they were all in on it together. You know, the lot of you, Mr. Naraodo, the lawyer there, he didn't know nothing about it. Humbug! I don't think so. We really expected to believe that. We really stitched everyone up, didn't he? What an operation to get the man off scot-free. Get it? I'm using doctor puns. Unforgivable. Stop. The lies have to stop. Stop. Yes, the defense made a terrible error of judgment. I intend to take full responsibility and suffer whatever consequences are deemed appropriate. However, it's imperative that the court allows the witness to elaborate on her testimony, because the true significance of Mr. McGilded's pawned articles must be brought to light. Very well, my learned student friend. Given the depths of calamity you have just plunged yourself into, this may well be worth hearing. Words fail me.
situation is utterly deplorable. Mr. Navahodo. Yes, my lord. I will decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial. Of course, my lord.
Blimey, Mr. Navahodo.
Now, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination. The real truth of the omnibus case.
Truth is, that brickmaker. Oh, we have to like press and present this. Is she still lying about stuff? Truth is, that brickmaker cove was in the cabin of the omnibus the whole time.
And you were hiding in the cabin at the time as well, weren't you, Mrs. Strange? If I remember rightly, in the storage compartment underneath one of the seats.
Yeah, that's right. It's pitch black under there, so you can't see nothing at all. Who's on the stand right now?
What are these two doing? They're like whispering to each other over here. What? What is happening?
Kid named accused. Kid named.
Kid named this stream has already gone on for almost 2 hours and there's still a lot of trial left.
Yeah, that's right. It's pitch black under there, so you can't see nothing at all.
Now, in your testimony 2 months ago, I feel certain that you claimed Mr. McGilded was the sole passenger, did you not?
False testimony, my lord. That's what I told me to say. I told me I had to say it.
But it's important you tell us the truth now. Were Mr. McGilded and the victim acquaintances?
I don't know. But I did hear them talking a lot.
What were they talking about?
Well, I couldn't hear too well, but if I had to say, I think it was about money or something. They kept talking about buying and not buying and...
Perhaps business dealings or something.
Well, anyway, they got louder and louder. It started to sound like a proper fight. I was pretty scared by then. I dared to breathe, and then all of a sudden, I heard a noise like someone peering over on the floor. Booming loud and all.
And I believe you let out an involuntary scream.
Yeah, that's what gave me away. And the Irishman dragged me out from under the seat. I saw that disc on the
Hold
floor.
it!
Was the disc you saw this disc? Yeah, I reckon it probably was. It was right next to the cove lying on the floor.
Could this disc have belonged to the victim, perhaps?
I don't know, but McGilded picked it up pretty smartish. And then he set the cove with the knife in his belly up on the seat.
What did he say to you at the time?
He told me not to say a word about what I'd seen or heard or known. About the disc and all. I was dead scared. The way he was looking at me, I thought, if I didn't go along with it, I'd get stuck with that knife too. Then he started asking me a load of questions. Like what my name was and where I lived and that. He asked me about being a diver too.
But after a while, what had happened in the carriage was noticed.
Yeah, that's right. First there was a kind of a something. A rapping noise. All of a sudden I heard a scream from over my head and the pair on the roof deck went to
Hold it!
Bum, 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 bum. There were 2 gentlemen occupying the seats on the roof deck.
That's right. They must have looked down through the skylight and noticed the cove with the knife in his guts. When they screamed, the driver pulled up the horses and McGilded got me out of sight.
Out of sight? Where?
Back under the seat where I started off. Once the carriage came to an halt, the 2 cops on the roof ran up to fetch the stoppers. If they immediately left to fetch the police, it would appear they were entirely unrelated to the incident.
So that left McGilded, the driver, and you still at the scene.
Yeah, only the driver didn't know I was there because I was under the seat. I heard the cabin door open and a voice from outside.
The driver? Yes. You also testified in the trial. A fellow who went by the name of Beppo, if memory serves. What did McGilded and the driver say to each other?
I don't know what happened. Stuff like that, maybe. That's when McGilded slipped the driver something to do upon.
I'm just pressing everything. I don't know if she's. I hope she's not lying about anything, man. Like, we told her to tell the truth. The pawn shop obviously being witnessed. Just a moment, Captain. Do you mean to
tell me that the driver gave false testimony in that trial as well. Perhaps the excursion to the pawn room slipped his mind when he was in the stand. Indeed, it seems. Is that just them not wanting to prosecute another person and have to deal with the loophole of that? McGilda took off his coat and gave it to the driver. He folded it up, all careful like, before handing it over. When I saw him do that, I remember thinking, that coat and what's in it's gotta be worth a few bob. Yes, Gina was sure the disc must be worth more than Winterbank was suggesting, wasn't she? I remember quibbling about it with him at a pawnbroker. The driver looked pretty happy when McGilda flashed some brass in his face. He went running off in a lick. Then the bug called to me and told me to come out from the drag's cabin. I didn't mean to press faith. Well done, Gina. Jenny's really put her faith in you, Bruno. Okay. Really go for it. Press her on every statement. Yeah, that's what they want me to do. Also, yeah, these two freaking whispering to each other. Take a look at these two. Isn't it strange that they've been whispering to each other the entire time? Yes, that is strange. Looks like they're having a secret discussion. I'm pricking my neck too far forward. Let's go! Okay. Press the last statement, threaten me not to snitch. Threatened you how exactly? Told me I'd only be able to scarf it if I did exactly what he said. Which included giving false testimony in court 2 months ago. Yeah, that's it. And there was one other thing he said. Which was... he told me I'd have to hang on to the ticket from the pawn shop and make sure not to lose it.
The ticket? Well, I never...
Said that if he didn't show up to get the ticket off me before 2 months passed, I had to go to the pawn shop and pay the money to keep it in love, to stop it being forfeited. He left me with some brass to pay for it.
But really? Why on earth would Mr. McGilda have done such a thing? Depositing his overcoat with a pawn before the arrival of the police makes no sense at all. There would seem to be only one logical explanation, my lord. We've hit the 2-hour mark on this stream, boys. Remember when I thought this was going to be like an hour? What McGilda had the driver deposit at Winterbanks was something he didn't want the police to see. Something very important that he needed to hide at all costs. Anyway, after that he let me go, so I legged it before the coppers showed up. Well done, Gina. Okay, but what's going on with the two goobers over there? Like, frickin' whispering to each other. How do I interrogate them? Maybe I need to just, like, pan over to them during one of the other presses?
Hold it! Excuse me.
Is there something you'd like to share with the court, Inspector Gregson and Mr. Graydon? Okay, yeah, I just needed to pursue them during any one of the pressing statements. Inspector! Mr. Graydon! Ah, more chips! Blimey, you trying to give me a heart attack? You have been whispering to each other for quite some time now. Tell us, what is the discussion about? Discussion? We just fill up. Pull the other one, sunshine. Think I've got anything to talk about with a shady gent like this? And I have nothing to say to this uncouth detective after he deprived me of that disc that was rightfully mine. Long finale. Yeah, it is a long finale, dude. I'm glad I didn't try to finish this last night. I would have been losing my mind. They've clearly been talking the entire time I've been cross-examining Gina. Casey, were you here for me getting stuck for like 20 minutes? This trial is not fucking around. Thank you, Mr. Straw. Thank you, counsel. I've heard enough. I believe we now have a reasonable understanding of what actually transpired on the omnibus. It would appear on that night 2 months ago, a negotiation was taking place on the omnibus. A negotiation concerning this disc. However, matters did not run smoothly.
When the parties involved began to quarrel over price, McGilded took what he wanted by force, at the expense of the other man's life. Which proves my point. The disc is clearly extremely valuable in some way. And 2 days ago, precisely 2 months after the omnibus incident, McGilded's coat and its contents were due to be forfeited. I didn't know what I should do with the ticket. I mean, the coat died right after his trial, I knew that. So you decided you would try to claim the articles as your own. Well, why not, eh? They were only going to be forfeited. Why shouldn't I have got them? Anyway, can't blame me for thinking about it. Thinking ain't no crime. Miss Lestrade, it would appear Mr. McGilded was prepared to kill in order to take possession of this disc. Do you know why that would be? I ain't got a clue. But I reckon it must be worth a fair bit of brass. He was probably gonna sell it. And you can't blame me for thinking that. Thinking ain't no crime. Saying that. My lord! The evidence your lordship requested has been located and is ready for the court's inspection, sir. Let's go. Box time. Mysterious little box, deposited by McGilded 2 months ago. Yeah, so as I suspected, you didn't have to present anything for Gina's statement. You just needed to press her and press Gregson and just get like the full scope of the dialogue. There's no doubt in my mind that that box is a key piece in this far-reaching puzzle. Oh, yay, another to be continued screen! You know, I was gonna hang out with my friend around this time, but, I don't know, I'm gonna wait till he messages me. We're still going with this. Alright, trial part 4. Here we go. Oh my goodness, this is a long trial. Oh my god, okay. We're in like hour 5 of this trial segment. So this is the article in question, is it? A small box. I guess I should have expected it with this being the last trial of the first game, but like, man, this is a meaty one. A small box. I thought we had like an hour left. It's looking like we might have 3 hours. I don't know. Unless this box has like crucial info and just helps us solve the whole thing. The small box deposited with the pawnbroker by Mr. McGill 2 months ago. And on the night of Mr. Windibank's murder, the only item on the shelves that was touched by whoever broke into the shop. Quick! Quick! Let's open it and see what's inside. Good gracious! This is no ordinary box, it seems. Wow. Although, in truth, I had an inkling that might be the case. It would appear that the box houses a miniature music box movement. Music box and the music disc. Like, I think it would be reasonable to assume that it is a device for the playback of this disc, my lord. Oh. Interesting. That's why Sholmes couldn't figure out how to play the disc. So here we have the means to play back McGilded's disc, deposited at Windibank's at much the same time. Not strictly correct, my lord. It was not McGilded's disc. It was the disc of his victim in the omnibus. But why, for heaven's sake? Are we to understand that the brickmaker was trying to sell this music box disc to McGilded? I believe the answer will become clear if we listen to the music on the disc, my lord. Yes, very well. Let the court now listen to this curious disc at last. Wait! My lord! Oh, good grief, what is the meaning of this, Inspector? Oh, does this disc have some secrets that the police department is like, we don't need these secrets? No need to spoil the somber atmosphere in the courtroom with some silly bit of music.
Objection!
This disc may very well have motivated the culprit in this case to commit murder. Clearly, there's every chance that it's fundamentally important to understanding what happened. The prosecution has no objection. But no, that piece of evidence is... Clearly, Scotland Yard has some vested interest here. But it is policy of this prosecutor to leave no avenues unexplored. And you, Inspector, have no jurisdiction here to prevent that from happening. Ah! No further delays, please. Play the disc. So why is this disc like something that nobody wants us to hear? It's just noise. It's barely even a song. What? What on earth? That's certainly not what I would call music. Oh boy, this is gonna be a long one. It's the same note playing over. I feel like this is a Morse code message or something. Mr. Graydon, why the fuck are you laughing? This really is priceless. After all that, the music box is broken. FNAF music box. The Bite of 87. Broken? It can't be, can it? Well, obviously. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if the officer sent to fetch it didn't drop it on the way back to the courtroom. Bailiff! Did you drop this music box on the way back to the court? I feel the court must accept that this music box offers little in the way of clues. Are you ready to move on, counsel? Come on. Yes, alright, it does sound as though it's completely broken, but... is it? Look at this music. I think it's like a Morse code message or something. We couldn't be relevant. But how can it be? It's an abomination, counsel. Mere noise. This rap music. I fail to see how it can have any meaning whatsoever. It does sound... What do you mean it's EDM? What is EDM? While Graydon stands there chortling victoriously, the inspector beside him has a rather telling expression on his face. It's as if Gregson recognizes the sound, as if he's familiar with it somehow. And that's making him appear extremely on edge. If that's the stance of the defense, my Nipponese friend, answer me this. Oh. Just what relevance do you propose this woeful chiming has on this case? It's the defense's belief that the sound emanating from this music box is not supposed to be music. It's some kind of code. Just because this is a music box, it doesn't necessarily mean the sounds we're hearing are music. Look at that. The smile vanished from Graydon's lips as soon as I said it. I'm on the right lines here. I must be. Making deductions based on how other people react to what you say. You're acting just like Hurley, Runo.
Objection!
The sounds we're hearing aren't necessarily music. Well, now that you've told us what they are not. I'm sure the court would like to hear what they are. Do enlighten us, my Nipponese friend. Well, surely you have an idea in mind. Because if not, it will be the death of your ill-informed argument. Exactly. music box is clearly broken. Refusing to accept that fact is pure foolishness. You've got me. I don't know what the answer is yet. Bruno? I've just examined the music box very thoroughly. And I'm fairly certain that it's not broken at all. Really, the way it's been made, it can only produce a single note anyway. What? Weird. Wait, the disc is small enough to fit in that box? I thought the disc was, like, big. Or the box is big. Like, that doesn't... I mean, I guess we never really saw somebody hold the disc. Or hold the box, for that matter. But it's just weird. I'm like, no, I thought the disc was bigger than that. I thought the disc was like a record size, like for a record player. Could it be? Is that what these sounds are? Something's just struck me, Bruno. I feel like recently, in the past few hours even, I've heard another sound very much like the one this music box makes. Yes, it's a familiar sound. Actually, Iris, I was just thinking exactly the same thing. All the evidence, all the testimony we've heard, it's pointing to one single answer. I don't know what it is. Is it something that I heard before the trial in the stream I did 3 months ago? Oh god, the evidence that explains the true nature of the sounds. Oh no, dude, I don't know. Hold on, let me turn on the lights. The evidence explains the true nature of the case. I listen to the music box? It's not in my evidence log. Why isn't it? Okay. Fine. It's just these weird, like, clicking sounds. What have I truly have no earthly idea what this is supposed to be. Ah! This is what happens when you take 3 months before playing the conclusive trial of the conclusive case. You have no idea what's going on. I'm not even sure that's my problem, but it is just like... Okay, something we heard a few hours ago that sounded like this? That's the part where I feel like I don't remember because I don't remember what I played before. Okay, I feel like... Okay, what do I present? I have an idea. Because the lady with her stupid, like, communications telegraph thing. I think that's what this is. It's the... like, Morse code, like, telegraph sending. But I don't know what to present for that. Maybe the government secrets thing? Because I don't have any evidence that was, like...
Take that!
I don't know. Today's paper, Captain. The headline is Pawnbroker perishes in Pickford's blunder. Odd, supportive of your cause. No, my lord. I was hoping you'd look a little further down the page. Further down. Ministry Mole.
Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. Yes, this is a very serious matter. Okay, good. I did get this right. I think I'm just, like, overthinking a lot of this stuff. Like, the answer is very obvious sometimes. I think I just, like, forget to click on it sometimes. I don't know what happened earlier this stream. But we're rolling. The ball is rolling now. We can finish this quickly, hopefully, within the hour. I've heard that international transmissions along supposedly secure lines are somehow being intercepted and leaked to various other countries. And by recordings. They were being recorded on the music. Oh, shit. This is like government secrets that the Gilded is, yeah, stealing and trading. And this guy's helping him steal them, I think. Juror number 5, your input, please. Stop! Me, sir. Whatever is the matter? You told the court before that you worked in the same communication station as Mr. Graydon, did you not? Yes, that's correct. On that particular station where you work, deals with government communications and newspaper? Oh yes, we're not your run-of-the-mill communication station at all. Our work is extremely important. Then tell me, is this not a very familiar sound? Yeah, the sound we were hearing mere hours ago. It was you. You and your stupid little clicker. Once I had that eureka moment, it was like there was only one possible piece of evidence. These sound effects are in Among Us! You don't mean to say, is it? That's right, madam. It bears more than a passing resemblance to the sound made by your telegraph machine as you type it. I believe it's called Morse code. Yeah, I figured. I don't believe it! Now correct me if I'm wrong, but when it comes to leaking telegrams from government departments, there could be nobody more perfectly placed than a highly skilled communications officer. So this is a government Morse code secret. Are you suggesting that the music box disc contains stolen government secrets in Morse code? And we just played them out loud in a courtroom. Order! Order! Please, everyone! Order! But this is high treason, Counsel, deserving of capital punishment. Too much new vocabulary. What is this treason? And what is capital punishment? The sorts of words I'd half expect you to know. For our sovereign government's confidential information, hostile nations would surely pay almost any price. Yeah, and on that night 2 months ago, that was the very negotiation that was taking place inside the omnibus. But in the end, Gilded perished, and the all-important disc they unclaimed in the pawnbrokery. My word! In which case, whoever stole that information in the first place must surely have been beside himself with worry. Because if the disc were to be discovered before it found its way out of the country, it would reveal an act of high treason punishable by death. So the culprit had no choice but to retrieve it. And in order to do that, he would have to gain entry to the pawnbrokery illegally in the middle of the night. Because the article left behind by Mr. McGilded would incriminate him too much if it got into the wrong hands. Isn't that right, Mr. Graydon? You think I've been stealing government secrets? Preposterous! Absolutely preposterous! So, in response to the defense's accusation, you claim complete innocence, do you? Well, of course I do. I've had to stand here in silence while that pretentious foreign lawyer has been prattling away.
Objection!
Ooh, Von Zeeks is teaming up with us now. Then by all means, counter the charges, sir. The prosecution demands the witness testify in response to the accusations brought by the defense. Oh, this has changed. The stakes of this have changed. Oh boy. Alright, we've got him under fire. This is feeling good, man. We got Graydon under fire. The witness is reminded that the crime under scrutiny in this trial is the murder of the pawnbroker, Mr. Winterbank. That being a most flagitious offense, for which the law of this land sanctions a capital punishment. But The heinous act of high treason is no less serious a crime. I urge you to bear that in mind as you testify, Mr. Grady. Oh, if he wasn't going to lie before, he is now. Who? Oh no, the Skulkin brothers.
You gotta let us have a rabbit in a pool here, Governor. We got things to say.
You two? I beg your pardon? Who do you think you are?
Name's Nass Skelton. Occupation is professional buddy.
What do you mean? We've already talked to you. Guys.
My name's Wingo Skulkin. But we ain't baddies enough to sell out our motherland. That's right. We're what they call the Three Skulkin Brothers.
I'm gonna I'm gonna leak alcohol out of my nose. I'm gonna go like steam, like cartoon steam face mode, and just be like, no, stay out of this, Skulkin brothers. Bad comment, fellas. Graydon's counter. Amir Communications couldn't possibly steal confidential government information. Besides, the sound produced by that music box aren't even Morse code. It was some low-class brickmaker negotiating with the Gilded anyway, was it not? I've no relation.
Look, all we done is went into the gap the other night like what he told us to. If we'd known there was dodgy government secrets involved, we wouldn't have touched it.
Mr. and Mr. Skulkin.
One, Mr. Adu, Governor. What's up?
Do I take it that you now admit to the crime? That on the night in question you did indeed gain entry to the premises illegally? And moreover, you did so as a party of three in collaboration with Mr. Graydon here?
We did, Gov, we did!
Great. Quiet and down, please. God damn it. What say you to that, Mr. Graydon? I'm so tired.
I have no idea what these two ruffians are referring to. Oh, little water, getting us mixed up in all this monkey business. You never said nothing about no government secrets. It was supposed to be a straight-up job. And what about the geezer whose shop it was, eh? Poor bloke didn't have to die, did he?
Whatever these men say, I deny the accusation. Graydon is getting fucking, like, owned by these two ding-dongs. These two ding-dongs are, like, spilling all his details. Ay. Okay. Oh boy, let's keep the ball rolling. Keep the ball rolling. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting this little music box to become so significant in the proceedings. However, as it has, I will admit it into the court record as evidence. A small music box has been entered into the court record. Via communications.
Hold it!
So is this newspaper headline accurate? Government communications are being intercepted. How could I possibly know? What do you mean by that? Any important government communications are handled by high-level officers, by specialists. General members of staff in the station where I work would never be entrusted with such sensitive.
Oh no! Stop! Must say something! Stop!
This witness is going to counteract him so hard. Juror number 5.
The regular communication station officers aren't as slowly as you're being led to believe. A team of us are responsible for setting up and testing the telegraphs used by the ministry, and Mr. Graydon is the team leader.
Oh. Fascinating.
Graydon is highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idol. Stop.
You had access to the equipment used for these confidential communications, Mr. Graydon.
Well, what of it?
The transmissions are always made behind closed doors, so they can't be heard. In many cases, all messages are sent in cipher. Normal employees couldn't possibly understand them. But he doesn't need to be able to understand them to steal them. Like...
Oh no, stop. Must say something. Stop. Mr. Graydon regularly attends meetings with ministry technicians and ministry communications team.
This juror without this juror specifically, we would not be able to solve the case. Like, without her, we wouldn't have even been able to find Eggert Benedict and identify who he was and learn anything about him. Like, this witness is also how we knew it was Morse code. Like, I mean, this juror. This is the most useful juror we have ever had. He assists them in ensuring that there are no errors in important international communications. Like, we've gotten so much intel just from having her on the stand. He's received the top prize for the cipher cracking convention 5 years in a row now. That's fascinating. Raiden is highly skillful operator. Stop. Idol, stop. Well, your idol would appreciate it if you keep your mouth shut. She should really pick her idols more carefully. I tell you, this lawyer's accusations are completely unfounded.
Hold it!
Aren't even Morse code. Okay, what are they then? Anyone with a brain that would be blatantly apparent on listening to that music box for even a few seconds. Of course. Surely it can't be that my learned friend is unfamiliar with Morse code. Ouch, he looks genuinely shocked at my ignorance. I would be more than happy to demonstrate the basics for you, sir. A Morse code lesson? Yeah, I know what Morse code is. A short dot and a long dash. By combining those in different ways, you construct letters. Yeah. Okay. I don't need this. I know what a frickin'... The rhythm of it is the same in everything. But there's no discernible meaning to this apparently random sequence of sounds. So your assertion is fundamentally flawed. Really, you shouldn't be surprised. What did I tell you? That music box is nothing but a worthless piece of scrap. Perhaps you might consider studying your subject matter before casting aspersions in the future. Ugh. Stop. Nothing to say but... stop. Oh, it's so frustrating, isn't it? Iris? I mean, if the government secrets were somehow being leaked using the music box, so many other things would fall into place so nicely. It's a code. They use this music box somehow to play back Morse code. Give it a try. I don't know what give it a try means, but... whatever. There's still every possibility that this music box was instrumental in the leaking of government secrets. That's the belief.
Objection!
Does it please you in some way, my Nipponese friend, to repeat the same line of argument ad infinitum? It's already been established that to be Morse code, 2 tones are required. Dots and dashes. Yes, I'm well aware of that. Then what? Well, then what? Well, it would appear the defense's hypothesis to put forward. You had better present your idea at once, counsel. How do you propose that this music box, which appears to produce only a single tone, could have been used to decipher secret messages into Morse code? Huh? Oh no. I don't know, man. What is all this shit? What does this shit do? This is the mechanism that turns the bumps on the disc into sound, isn't it? Yes, the movement. It's all thanks to the comb with its teeth that are plucked by the passing bumps. Usually the teeth on the comb are different lengths, so that each one produces a different tone. But this comb is very strange. All the teeth are exactly the same length. We've just, like, stopped presenting other evidence, and we're now, like, just looking at the music box. Wait, what did she say? The teeth are exactly the same length. What does that mean? It means that no matter which tooth is plucked by the passing bumps, the music box will make the same sound. Never seen one like it before. A music box that can only play a single note. Yeah, we already figured out the significance of that. Same text. What the hell am I supposed to be presenting? Okay. Music box that can only play a single note. Okay, this is not... What am I even presenting here? Scroll through all this text. How do you propose that the music box, which produces only a
a single tone could have been used to cipher secret messages into Morse code. I don't know, I'll just frickin' point at this and...
Got it!
Yes, that's it. Appears you know what's coming from. Clearly, that was an answer given in desperation by one floundering to substantiate his argument. I'm sure you're on the right lines, Bruno. There's something about that music box, other than the thing that we read. Okay, wait, but I haven't pressed all the statements yet, so it might be something we don't even know yet. So let's keep pressing other stuff. So 2 months ago in that omnibus, McGilded killed the brickmaker and stole the disc. Mr. Mason was a single man with almost nothing to his name. It seems he lived in an artisan quarter some years ago, but people there remember little about it. That doesn't make much sense though, does it? How would a humble brickmaker come to acquire secret government information? How indeed? Clearly, you do not own government secrets. Clearly, you do not have government secrets. Clearly, you don't understand Morse code. There must have been somebody else involved behind the scenes. Somebody who acquired the disc and gave it to Mason in order to take it to the meeting with McGilded and negotiate a deal. Dear me. You may have it in for me, sir, but I assure you, I have far more class than that. An old brickmaker from an artisan quarter in this well-to-do communications. If only I could find some evidence to link the two of them together. No relation. Let me see. Mason Millerton Mail. See, this is the only information we have about Mason. Mason Milverton. What is this guy's name? Graydon. Okay, it's not the names. That would have been like if he also was named Milverton, that would have been one hell of a... but no, they're not. Okay. I really don't have much info in my evidence log about, like, any of these people, though. No relation. Wait, this... the pawnbroker's ticket from the coat that has his blood on it. That doesn't prove a connection between Graydon and Mason. Mason Milverton, brickmaker, East End. Can I look at like the people profiles? I guess not. It's weird. I can only look at that on like the first time. Winterbank's pawnbroker, the scene of the crime. There's not very much we have in our evidence log that's even related to... Let's press the... Oh, wait, the music box is in here now. No, I'm assuming this is the dialogue we've already seen. Oh, what is it, Bruno? I've just noticed something from this music. Looks like the bottom of it opens up as well. Ah, you're right. Come on then, what are you waiting for? Let's open it. The mechanism's underneath. Huh. It said another disc. What? Oh no. If you had two discs, they would both play back at the same time. Interesting. Very interesting. I thought there would be a second movement on the underside of the box. And this movement is like the other one. Are all the same length. This movement only produces a single tone like the other. Yes, it must do. Except that the length of the teeth isn't the same. A single tone would be different. So we have two tones. Maybe one tone is dashes and one tone is dots? Before we like present that on something, let's press the thieves and see if we can get a little extra info out of them.
Hold it!
Because they're very slippery with their info.
Like Mr. Graydon told you to do, you mean?
That's it, yeah. Who else, eh? Silly me thought he was just popping over for a nap after all them years, but the Raw had a dodgy job for us. Hey, Ash? Ash?
Oh yeah, his name is Ash. Let me stop you there, Mr. Skulkin. After all them years, you say. Do you mean to tell me that Mr. Graydon is an acquaintance of yours?
Well, the sociable kind of bad, you know? Sure, like, let's say Graydon's in old China.
Excuse me.
Is something wrong, Mr. Skulkin?
Eh,
Oh god, we're doing the bit where the other Mr. Skulkin. Okay, at least it didn't cut to Gregson that time.
what? Who, me?
When your brother was testifying just now, he said something that seemed to cause you to react.
Oh, I was just remembering the old days, that's all. We used to have a right old laugh together way back when.
Together. With Mr. Graydon, you mean?
Yeah, with Ash.
I mean, look at him now and his fancy whistle and flute. You wouldn't add him an even, but when we was younger, he was from the poor part of town, just like us. That's so. But he was always a leery one. He had the brains, he had the savvy, always coming up with smart ideas like what would have never gone through our heads.
Oh, blimey, ain't that the truth? Remember Milverton and Skulkin's milk run?
Who and Skulkin? Milverton and Skulkin? As in the name that I was just saying, that if his name was Milverton, it would prove that he had some kind of connection to the... Oh, what is that? What is that I hear? Save it until after the trial. Your reminiscing has no place in this court. Oh, that's such a pog. He's related to Mason. He just changed his name or something. Ooh. Okay. That was, That story was absolutely relevant. Add it to the testimony. Add it to the testimony right now. My lord.
Yes, Counsel.
The brother's last sentimental statement contained vital information relating to this case.
Very well, Counsel. I will permit the brothers to supplement their testimony with that detail. Briefly, I hasten to you. Say no more. A Skulkin's never Skulkin.
Milverton and Skulkin's
Hold it!
I'm sure I'm going to regret asking, but what exactly was that? Some kind of business?
Just a little scheme we had going back when we was youngsters. Bit of fun, really. Delivering fresh milk to the locals. That's what it was all about.
I get nothing to scroll. That sounds alarmingly legitimate. Must be a cat. Yeah, Pog. Actual Pog moment. I literally 2 seconds, like a minute before, was like, man, if his name was Milverton, that would prove a connection. And then they fucking call him Milverton when they're talking about the child. The business name, yes. So this business was just a bit of fun, you say? And it was just yourselves and Mr. Graydon.
Yeah, that's it.
Milverton and Skulkin's milk run, was it?
Oh yeah, that's it.
And where did the Milverton part come? Let's
Hold
go. Graydon's like, shut the fuck up!
Enough of this! How much longer are we expected to
Objection.
listen to this job? I don't...
Let me guess. You don't accept anything these two witnesses are saying? Tell me, why is it that it was only at the mention of the name Milverton that you decided to interject?
Because well... If it weren't the happiest of homes, it weren't the happiest of homes that one come from.
Yeah, his old man was struggling for money so much his wife walked out on him.
She took the name Graydon then, see? But Ash will always be Milverton to us.
Milverton. So that used to be your surname, did it?
Of course not. This is all bunkum. I've been a Graydon since I was born.
Do you really think you can rely on the testimony of these two thieves, You're a communications officer attached to the civil service. As such, your personal details would have been thoroughly checked at the time of your appointment. It would be a very simple matter indeed to subpoena these records, Mr. Graydon. Ah! Well, it would appear that Mr. and Mr. Skulkin's testimony is reliable for once. You were born Ashley Milverton. Is that correct? Very well. Yes. So Ashley Graydon was once Ashley Milverton. All of a sudden, we seem to be up to our necks in a serious matter of national scrutiny. Although all this talk about interception of secret government messages is still just conjecture at this stage. Would explain a number of things, though, wouldn't it? The negotiation Ginny overheard on the omnibus 2 months ago, and the break-in at Winnebago. Okay, figuring out the Milverton thing has given me all my, like, smart juice back from, like, earlier in the stream. Earlier in the stream when I was stuck and I was like, I suck at this, Jack, come help me. All my smart juice is back now. Let's go, we're gaming on it. Mason Milverton, some kind of link between the two men. Let's go, okay. We don't even need to read this text box, because I've already figured it all out. I just have to know what to present here. No, wait, that's not the right statement. This is the right statement. Some low-class brickmaker negotiated with McGilded. I have no relation to the man. The only problem is that we don't have, like, his profile says Milverton, but we can't present people's profiles. So I don't actually have a piece of evidence to present to, like, that has that information. See, Ace Attorney is weird when it comes to presenting character portraits, like characters, as evidence, like people as evidence. There are some Ace Attorney games where you can do it at all times. There are some where you have to be specifically asked, and there are some like this where I don't even know how to look at the character portraits if I'm not, like, specifically being asked to look at them. Maybe it's updated in here. I probably just need to present the, I probably just need to present this McGilded info that says Mason. That'll
Objection!
Mr. Ashley Milverton. Tell me, why did you try to hide your former name from the court? But if I had presented that before pressing the thug guys, it would not have given me anything. Because I haven't gone by that name for years. It means nothing to me. No, I don't think that's the real explanation at all. The truth is, you had a reason to hide your name. Whenever this theme kicks in, you know you're about to pin them. I have here the notes from the omnibus case, Michael. And as we all know, the victim, the man who we now understand to have been negotiating with McGilded. Yes, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. That's right. Only Mason wasn't his surname at all. It was his given name. His full name was Mason Milverton. Milverton! You mean to say, Saints alive! Mr. Ashley Milverton, is it not the case that the brickmaker, Mr. Mason Milverton, was your father? I don't. As I believe I mentioned earlier, your family history would have been heavily checked when you joined the civil service. And it really would take no time at all for the court to subpoena those records. The truth is, you have been illegally acquiring highly confidential government information and selling it onto McGilded in collaboration with your father. Let's go! Von Zeeks is, like, not even objectioning us anymore. Like, I'm pretty sure he agrees with us on this front. He's like, yeah, I'm just gonna let him do the talking. It's like, this guy's sus. Like, because Von Zeeks hates McGilded. So, like, if anything, maybe he took on this case just to sort of goad us into revealing all this info. Or reveal the info if we weren't willing to, you know?
This is slander. I carved a new life for myself as a respectable communications officer, as a gentleman. I have no idea what my father has been up to, but it has nothing to do with me. And may I remind you that the assertion that this disc contains some sort of message in Morse code has been reliably disproved by a professional and independent communications officer. He's talking about her. Threw me off. He isn't. Von Zieks isn't necessarily like objecting to us right now. He's kind of just reminding everybody of the facts. The relationship between the victim of the omnibus case and this witness is undoubtedly significant. However, the defense's argument remains somewhat incomplete, I feel. I agree. We're far from complete. Cross-examination should continue. Alright, so Morse code uses I have to present the other thing on the Morse code with the box. There's a lot of shit in this cross-examination. Press the thieves to get the name, to compare the name to the guy, and then present which one did we press to get to the screen where we're clicking a spot on the box? Because that's the other big thing. There's like two big things in this case. Okay, now we have to listen to her explain Morse code again. Great. Okay, I'm gonna stop doing that now. Okay, can I just present the thing from the box now? Take this. Try to do. I could have done this first. I just didn't see the info.
Got it!
Good gracious! What am I looking at here? He just picks up the box, pushes the button, and goes whoop-ah! And flips out the bottom. Another movement on the underside of the music box. What? It appears, my lord, that the two movements are linked together. In other words, you can put two music discs in this box, and the sounds of both will play back at the same time. Good heavens! As the court has heard, Morse code comprises of two tones, a short dot and a long dash. With a second disc in place, this music box could be used to generate Morse code and convey a message. But where's the second disc? There's one piece still missing to this. The new facts and evidence unveiled by the cross-examination of this witness all come together to reveal the truth. The truth, you say. This is the other banger You Got Them in a Corner song. That you collaborated with your father, Mr. Mason Milverton, in illegal dealings with Magnus McGilded. By dint of this music box, you counsel. Yes. Stealing information being sent in secret government communications and selling it on to McGilded. Mr. Graydon concocted this elaborate scheme of using two music box discs to encode the information. As presumably, a safety measure against the information falling into the wrong hands. And a very effective one. I shouldn't have given the scheme any credence whatsoever. See, now that we've proved this, Von Zieks is like all on board. But the deal with McGilded went sour, and the brickmaker meant his end. Yes, but before he was arrested, McGilded managed to temporarily dispose of the stolen disc at the pawn room. Then, having learnt of the situation, you appeared at Windibanks 2 days ago, in an attempt to recover the two articles McGilded had placed in pawn there. But that attempt failed. One of the discs was seized by the police, and the other you never found. So that same night, you enlisted the help of the Stulkin brothers and broke into the pawn room. This time determined to recover the second disc. Oh, he wasn't just looking for the box. He was looking for the second disc. Are you... Oh, no, he took the second disc from inside the music box. But doesn't he need the box for the information to be worthwhile? I guess maybe he's just trying to, like, hide the fact that the information even exists. Which he can do if he has the discs and the pawnbroker has the box. Are you suggesting that the second disc was inside the music box? Eh? We never knew nothing about that! On the night that Mr. Windibank was killed, we're getting real close to framing this guy. Come on, let's go. Why was only the music box disturbed? The answer is obvious, because it contained the second disc, which the intruder was desperate to retrieve. I feel like every trial I play in this game, I'm like, oh, the trial's so long. I complain about the trials being so long. And then I get to this part at the end, where you're finally pinning them down, and it's just like, let's go! Let's go! If it were to fall into the hands of the police, it would be proof of high treason. High treason? Let's go! Well, Mr. Graydon, do you deny that all of this actually began on that fateful night 2 months ago? I refuse to accept any of this nonsense. His arm is bleeding. What did I just do? Sir, there appears to be blood seeping through the sleeve of your jacket. What? 2 nights ago, we know that 3 shots were fired at the scene of the crime. 1 took the life of the pawnbroker himself. 2 struck the pouch around Mr. Sholmes's waist. He is all that remains. And 3 struck the calendar on the wall of the shop, having first pierced the arm of one of the intruders. Mr. Graydon, that wound on your arm that you seem to be trying to hide, it's a bullet wound, isn't it? He's got you now, me old China. Time to call it quits and croak, I reckon. Tisk. Don't acknowledge my presence there under any circumstances whatsoever. Those were my terms, remember. I paid you handsomely to comply. Clearly, I was a fool to think I could trust some common backslap thieves. Fine. I admit it. I was there in Windibanks that night. I paid this pair 10 guineas to accompany me. And as you've noticed, I sustained an injury in the course of my adventures. But that is all. I admit to nothing more. And now we have to prove he did the kill. And stole the secrets. Stealing government secrets. Negotiating with Mr. McGilded. As God is my witness, I'm sure I recall nothing of the sort. He's not going to go down without a fight. Not until I can show hard evidence, I suppose. Nevertheless, the defense has now established a crucial fact. Which is... While we know that 1 bullet was fired from each of the 2 firearms we have in evidence, the bullet from the Skulkin brothers' gun hit the pouch around Mr. Sholmes' waist, and the bullet from Mr. Windibank's gun clearly must have been the... Yeah, okay, we know where all the bullets went now. Like, this is not... That leads us to only one conclusion. Mr. Windibank was shot by a 3rd gun, which could only have been fired by the 3rd intruder. Goodness! That's right, Mr. Graydon. The only person who could have possibly shot Mr. Windibank that night is you.
Hold it!
Yeah, Von Zeeks isn't even trying to counter us anymore because he knows we're right. That's what is based about Von Zeeks is like he'll always remind us of facts that contradict what we figured out, but once he like has realized that we're right about something, he'll like mostly shut up and let us do our thing. You little upstart. You made a grave mistake when you summoned me here. What? What's that supposed to mean? Yes, as you rightly say, I was there at the pawnbroker's. I did my best to hide the fact, naturally. I had no intention of ruining the distinguished career I'd built for myself at the communication station. But did the thought never cross your mind? Did you never consider the possibility? What? What do you mean? What thought? What possibility? The possibility that if I was there at the scene, I may have witnessed the crucial moment. You see, this makes me a key witness in this case, and I have my hands firmly around the neck of your client. What? Are you suggesting? I saw it all! I saw the very moment that pickpocket girl pointed the gun at that poor defenseless pawnbroker and shot him. You... What? I like, whenever I'm like playing this game, like getting really into reading the dialogue, I like lean forward. I like lurch forward and get all excited. I'm like frickin' effing up my posture, getting too into it. Well, it would seem we are finally entering the last act of the oh, please God, tell me there's not a part 5. Mr. Graydon, yes, I trust you are fully unaware of the implications here. Fully aware of the implications here. If it is shown that your claim is false, you will have incriminated yourself as the killer. One last set of lies. We just have to break him down. You will explain to the court precisely what you saw at the moment the defendant allegedly shot the victim. Nothing would give me greater pleasure. While these ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance to the shop. When Winterbank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him from the door, though. The accused, in a black coat, shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. I saw the blood spatter all over that wretched girl. Then she tossed the gun out of the people, so I picked it up and made my escape. What? Okay, none of this makes any sense. She tossed the gun out of the people, and you took her gun? But why? What? You claim, sir, under oath, to have clearly seen the defendant pull... This is a desperate move to save his ass. We can just get this over with already. Just counter this fricker. It wasn't my intention to testify this way, but neither is it my intention to be found guilty of a murder I didn't commit. So you see, my hand has been forced. The hand. Beautiful duet. Until now, the prosecution was completely unaware of these details. Yes, well, sorry about that. Having shot me in the arm, the pawnbroker was then shot in the back by the accused. He shot me in the arm. Pawnbroker was then shot in the back. So, he's claiming that pawnbroker shoots him, then Gina shoots pawnbroker, and then the third bullet is the guy shooting shots. But is he claiming that she used Winterbank's gun and Winterbank used his gun? Like what? I'm confused. Also, the blood splatter on the accused coat? Why would you even include that, Chief? Oh no, she does have blood on her coat. I just remembered. Or the brown coat. If she's wearing the brown McGilded coat, Mason's blood is all over it. That was a... Oh no. Oh yes, I'm quite sure. All over the black overcoat that picture girl was wearing at the time. Isn't that overcoat brown? If her coat could somehow be shown to harbor vestiges of blood... Oh no, this is bad. This is what he's doing. It has blood on it, but it's not... It's not the victim's blood. It's... Only very recently, a German scientist has developed a technique to identify human blood. So here's to true science, not some amateurish detective's dubious foray into the world of chemistry. There's nothing dubious about Hurley's work. His ideas are all sound. Ideas are no use to us here. In science, as in law, theories must be proven before they stand. In Germany, the technique has already been employed in the courtroom as the basis of evidence. Scotland Yard has a small quantity of the chemical reagent used, with your lordship's permission. We could shatter all vestiges of doubt within minutes, just like I shattered my hollowed glass. This doesn't look good, Bruno. Why not? Well, we know, don't we, that there's blood all over the front of Ginny's coat. If they test it with their chemicals... Oh, help, you're right. I was forgetting what happened yesterday. Don't move, Ginny. I'm going to shoot. Yeah. Because she's wearing the McGilded coat that has blood all over it. I mean, it's Mason's blood, because it's the purple one, but since they don't take the, like, blood color thing as valid evidence, like, this doesn't help us. It's blood from a different freaking murder case. My lord, the defense objects to the test proposed by the prosecution. Overruled? Lord Von Zeeks, make it so at once. Oh, no. His testimony isn't even that good. He just included a detail that can be backed up with, like, facts. He knew that. He knew the coat had blood on it, and so he's... Once they find that blood on the overcoat, Gina will be... Consul! Yes, my lord? Your cross-examination. Okay, so we need to prove this guy is guilty before they figure out there's blood on the coat. This cross-examination doesn't go well. If I don't manage to uncover some decisive evidence or a really compelling clue now, I have a very bad feeling about the outcome of this trial. The moment of the shooting. These ruffians near the entrance to the shop. The bank who dash over the counter.
Hold it!
You mean that's the moment you were shot? Yes, though I didn't immediately realize what had happened. Things crashed to the floor from the counter as the three men were brawling. It was at exactly that moment that it happened. So who used his gun, then? There's a part of this that does, because, like, from the sounds of it, Windibank shot him. But then how could Gina have also shot Windibank? It was at exactly that moment that it happened. So I didn't hear the gunshot. And the bullet went on to strike the calendar in the wall behind him. So it would appear. When I looked at my arm, I saw it was bleeding badly. So I wrapped my handkerchief around it. Seeing as I couldn't explain what had happened to a doctor, I had no choice but to wait for it to heal. I didn't imagine it would still be bleeding 2 days later. Did Mr. Windibank intend to shoot you, Windibank? Well now, I don't even imagine he even noticed I was there, to be honest. Perhaps the gun went off accidentally. Anyway, it didn't quite strike home. When I pulled me gun on him, he tried to shove me out of the way. And then he scuppered through that door out back. At which point, what did you do?
Hold it!
There's a lot of sussy shit in his statement, so if we can just, like, pursue the sussy stuff before the blood sample gets back, we stand a chance. You mean you chased after him?
I don't recall the reason why, but I ran after him to the back of the shop. And what about this peephole in the door you mentioned? Well, unsurprisingly, the storeroom door was a solid job. Made of stout wood. Yeah, how... Oh, that is an okay, that is a pretty big opening. Okay. So I threw it myself that way, and that's when he saw... Yeah. Gina passed out with the gun. And what about you burgling brothers? Did you see what went on through this peephole as well? Not likely, Gov. Didn't see nothing of the sort, Gov. And even if we did, we wouldn't tell you, Gov. I doubt these two buffoons were even aware of the peephole's existence. So the Skulkin brothers were there, but they didn't see the killing take place. Inside the storeroom... Okay, here's the thing I don't understand. I mean, this is true of many Ace Attorney cases, but this is one of the more egregious ones, where it's like, how can a trial so full of lies, so full of perjury, like, how can the original... Like, how can that not be to cover up that somebody else did it? I could see the defendant and Mr. Windibank standing, though neither of them noticed I was looking. The girl raised her gun and pointed it straight at them. And then? What did you see next? The accused, in a black coat, shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety.
Hold it!
Yes, when the crime was discovered, the defendant was found with a gun in her hand. But that was Windibank's gun, from which only a single bullet had been fired. As we've already established, Mr. Graydon, that bullet was fired at you. Ah, but no. It wasn't the broker's gun that the pickpocket girl had when I saw her. Yes, the bullet from Windibank's gun grazed my arm. And yes, Skulkin's gun grounded the detective. But this was another gun entirely. A third gun. Oh, frick off, man. I mean, the worst part is we haven't found a gun belonging to Graydon, so obviously there was a third firearm, but he's claiming that it was Gina. No other gun was found at the scene. And that's why he says he took Windibank's. Or, no, he took Gina's gun. Yeah, the next bit of his test, now it makes sense. At first I saw the broker and the girl glaring at each other, but then all of a sudden the broker turned to run. And it was at that moment that the little gutter rat shot him in the back. A chilling image, I must say. Very chilling. Saw the blood splatter all over that wretched girl. I don't even want to press this one, because this is the one that I, like, can't contradict. Then she tossed the gun out of the
Hold it!
So I picked it up and made my escape. Did I hear you correctly? She threw the gun out of the room? That's right. After the broker fell to the floor, she started walking over. Over where, exactly? In the direction of the storeroom door, to where I was watching. Of course, I quickly retreated, and then the girl dropped the gun through the peephole onto the floor on my side of the door. Why on earth would she do such a thing? I couldn't tell you. Perhaps she was hoping to distance herself from the murder weapon. Without thinking, I went and picked it up. I suppose I was worried about just leaving it there in case any more tragedies took place. So it was you, in fact, who took the third gun from the scene of the crime. My voice for Graydon will, like, shift into the Von Zieg's voice if I'm not, like, paying attention. And then it will, like, cut to Von Zieg's and I'll be like, damn it, this is the same voice. Yes, it was yours, truly. I left the... So he should have the third gun. You want to, hand it over? We made a bit of a mess around the counter, so Mr. Whistle and Flute here told us to tidy up. He thinks he's our blooming mum sometimes. But I was paying you enough, by God. Ugh. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbroker, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket?
You little toe rag!
What the hell are they doing?
Excuse me.
Gentlemen! Something wrong, sunshine? That That should be my line. You do realize you were just violently shaking Mr. Stolpen. Blimey, this D's a bit of a hooligan, ain't he? What was going on just now? You saw him, he grabbed me whistle. Why the blazes, he said, didn't you mention the third gun when we got you down to the station? And why didn't you? Cause we didn't know nothing about it. Or that flaming people in the door. Sorry about that. I can be prone to losing my rag sometimes. Not hurt, are you? God blimey, see the way he's looking at me? I'm telling you, this D gives me the willies. Remember when you were calling him your third brother? These guys are so goofy. The inspector doesn't normally get quite as worked up as that. He wouldn't normally grab someone. No, that wasn't like Gregsy at all. He's normally all sweetness and light, no matter what I say to him. Yes, well, I think you might be a special case, Iris. Well, anyway, that was definitely out of character. Weird. What's your feeling, Bruno? As much as I hate to admit it, I don't see any obvious holes in his testimony. We need the third gun. We need the third gun. Now. It's a bit strange that he's so sure of himself about seeing the blood splatter. It's a cover story so that she can have the blood on her coat. Why should some German scientist test be acceptable as evidence when mine and Hurley's wasn't? Detectives can use test tubes too. Never mind that. I have to find a really stark inconsistency in this trial. Ruffian professor with the broker. And sharp pain in my arm. People in the door. Alright, it's time to review this evidence. I feel like this is the one, because she couldn't have shot him in the back. Like, that doesn't match with the testimony, with the actual facts, which are him, like, running into the room and getting shot.
Hold it!
Press this one, just to be sure we're not missing any text. All over. Yes, through the people. I saw it clearly. Of course, the stains are invisible. Oh, look at the coat being such a dark color. See, he should have worn a dark coat. What is it? I assure you that garment is sullied with the victim's blood. Well, it is sullied with blood, that's... And he gets to be a lawyer? What a sick joke. Hi, Jack. I can't believe this case is still going. Were you here at the beginning when I said the stream was going to be an hour, or when I asked how long the game was going to be running? Should I adjust the audio a little bit? I can't turn my audio up a little anymore, but I can turn the games down a little bit. Part of it is also that my mic, like, doesn't stay in position very well and slides down. This is a fucking chungus of a case. Yes, exactly. It really is. Yesterday's stream was almost 4 hours, and then this one's another... Like, we're in the third hour right now. I was gonna, like, do something with a friend after, but, I mean, we'll see. We'll see how much longer it takes. Shakes? Chicanery. Big chungus. Big chicanery. It's good, though. I was struggling in an early part of the case, and it was annoying me, but... Like, things are picking up now. What, dude? My biggest discovery was when learning that the dude's name, that the father connection between Mason and Graydon, like learning his last name was Milverton. They said Milverton, and I literally went ah, because I had like already looked at the evidence. I had already looked at the one of the evidence pieces and been like, man, I wish if his name was Milverton, then I would have a connection. And then like
Absolutely pog gaming.
It's so annoying. If only they'd accept Hurley's chemical. Okay. She tossed the gun out of the people, so I picked it up and I made my escape. The accused in a black coat shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. But I just like, this is what the... Is this the 5th stream I've done of this case? The 4th? I don't know. This is definitely the longest one in the game so far, which makes sense. Shot the man in the back. Maybe that contradicts with this piece of evidence. I feel like the contradiction is either toss the gun out of the peephole or the accused shot the man in the back. I should probably save, actually, because I have 1 health bar. One tiny little thing left. I got real hard owned by something early on in this case. I've been owned by a couple things, actually. Like, now I'm figuring it out and piecing it all together, but early on in this stream, they were giving me a lot of things where I'm just like, I don't know. Like, what was it that I got? I got really stuck on something. It was like, oh yeah, it was like, what was Graydon looking for at the store that belonged to McGilden? Like, but we've recovered. That was like 2 hours ago. That was when I knew that the stream was not going to be as short as I thought it was. Like, I thought this was going to be like Joan Garadib, where I started that stream, and then did like an hour of interrogating her, and then the stream was over. But, no. No, there was a lot left. I've almost finished my, new drink. The accused in a black coat shot the man in the back is okay. I already saved, so I'm gonna present this.
Objection!
The witness's last statement is clearly at odds with no it's not. Alrighty. Let's go. Time to load my save. When the music, like, stopped there for a second, I got scared that I had forgotten to save. And, like, that I was going back to an old save. If that had happened... I don't know. Like... If that had happened, that might have been a cutting stream in Rage and then finishing tomorrow moment. But we've got this in the bag. This is getting finished. It might take 4 hours, but... I'm so glad I didn't try to finish this last night. Big gamer move on my part. I would not have finished this last night. It would have been like midnight, and I would have been like, fuck, there's a part 4 to this case? Alright, tomorrow then. So, the accused in a black coat shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. The bullet entered the body from the back in a rising diagonal trajectory. Okay, no, I think it's something with the tossing. The tossing the gun out of the peephole part is the most obvious lie. Because that's clearly his, like, cover story as to how he wasn't the one who, like, shot the dude. Like, like, taking the third gun out of his hands. Toss the gun out of the peephole. Why would she have been... Hold on. Why would she have been using a different gun if she was holding his gun in that... But none of the testimonies specifically say anything about... See, the people's, like, covered up in these photos. That's what I'm like, but I don't... That doesn't really prove anything. Like, that seems very...
inconsequential. Why did she have Windibank's gun? Okay, wait, that's actually the part that doesn't make sense. So she tosses the gun out of the peephole. Then how does she end up with well, no, because Windibank had his gun in there with him. So assuming that, like, that would make sense in the story. I'm gonna try presenting the, this gun.
Objection!
No, that's not right. Alright. Load the... No, load the save, please. I know you can, like, restart from the scene, but... The blood splatter all over that legit girl. Wait a minute. Okay, this is actually the con, because... the blood's down here. How could it have splattered?
Objection!
Right? It's something... Okay, I'm realizing the blood thing is a contradiction. I don't think I presented the right evidence, but I'm realizing the blood thing is a mega contradiction here. They've cranked up the challenge for this game. This is hard. This is a long and difficult trial. A very long chungus. Okay. The accused in the black coat shot them in the back. Saw the blood splatter all over that wretched girl. That doesn't... Like, that seems like a major contradiction to me. That he's clearly just using to, like, to get them to check her coat and find all the blood on it. It's a shame you can't, like, see the blood in this photo, because that would prove that she had the blood on the coat before the incident. The strong temptation I have to replay this game. It's a good one. I mean, the vicarious reliving through me is something better. Well, bro, Jack, I've been having a strong temptation. This is completely unrelated, but I've been having a strong temptation to rewatch Breaking Bad. Not even Better Call Saul yet. At some point I probably would, but Breaking Bad for some reason. I just want to, like, I feel like I would perceive the show very differently knowing the full scope of all of the lore of the franchise. I don't know why. Or even just, like, the scope, like, the lore of that ending. Me too. Yeah, okay. That's not just me. Alright. Okay. Anyway, I would like to finish this case. I want to watch Breaking Bad using everything I've learned from Better Call Saul. Exactly. I don't think it's the blood one. You tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and I made my mistake. It'll make me see Mike, Gus, and Saul so differently. Yeah, exactly. Walter, where's the third gun, Walter? Okay, this is definitely not relevant evidence. I don't know why I clicked on it. She tossed the gun out of the peephole. I picked it up and made my escape. Could it be the peephole blocked thing? I don't know, that just does not seem... That does not seem like a very viable theory. There's a little bit of blood pooling out back there, but it doesn't really... Like, I feel like I'm going to present that and just get penalized. But I guess I'll try it. I don't know. That doesn't seem right, but yeah, okay. This better not be, like, earlier in the stream. Also, oh yeah, Hector's the big one. Like, and I got a taste of it because I started watching Better Call Saul before moving to Breaking Bad. Like, I watched Better Call Saul, so then when I started Breaking Bad and got to, like, Hector, I was like, I know the Hector lore. I know the lore that Breaking is like, it's a cool vibe, cool experience in that way. There's a lot more of that. I think if you watch Breaking Bad first, there's a lot more like, oh, I recognize this. But there is some of that where if you watch Breaking Bad stuff after Better Call Saul, there will be things where you're like, I know how this happened in the past. But anyway, what am I doing here? This case is confusing. No, I didn't mean to click forward. This better not be like 2 hours ago where I literally was like, I had to Google what to do. And it wasn't even like it was the worst kind of Googling where you get the answer and you're like, I already presented that, didn't I? Which is honestly what's happened every time I've gotten like really, really stuck. It's been just like something I thought I already presented. So we better not be in that situation right now. Please remind me if there's something I forgot to present. See, these two parts, these two first statements check out. I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. Honestly, that checks out too. I feel like he might have opened the peephole and shot him? I don't know. Wait a minute, can you, hold on, wait, actual thing. Let me see this peephole. It's not in this photo. I need like a good view of it. How, can you open it from the outside? That's what I'm wondering. Well, I mean, you must be able to, because Ryunosuke looked through it to see the body. Brain rot! Okay. I feel like, okay. Hold on. Accused in a black coat shot the man in the back. It's either this one or this one that I need to present on. I feel like
Objection!
No. No. Ah! Doneladio, help! In a black instant death due to a single bullet wound from the back. Yeah, okay. Maybe this is the evidence I need to present. Because it's like, she shoots him in the back, the blood splatters forward. And maybe this just doesn't give as much of a detail of that, because it's just a photo.
Objection!
Ah, come on! Walt! Milverton! You've been acting pretty sus lately. Have you pressed everything? I think so. Yeah, no, I definitely did. Maybe I didn't press this one. No, I definitely... this was like the first one I pressed. Okay, well... I'll just skip through it again. No, that was what I did. It was like the... when I got stuck, like 2 hours ago, I was literally re-pressing things to see if it was like... Because there was that other time where I was playing and I was stuck, and you were helping me, and, like, I ended up... Like, I had to press things out of order. I definitely have pressed this one. Did I hear you correctly? The last statement is mega sus. The last statement is is a lie. Like, it's his lie to cover up, to, like, frame Gina as being the one with the gun. figure out what to present to counter it, I think, because I've already read all of this. Haha. Is this new dialogue? Not as easy as you thought, is it? To pin a crime on this lapel? It won't stick. Not murder, not treason. Maybe not right now. Okay, that wasn't new dialogue. It was just dialogue I skipped through, I guess. You have to find a way to break this man. Because once they discover the blood. Strange that, see, she's pointing out the blood splatter thing, which is weird. But wait, okay, hold on, hold the phone. I had this line of thought, but I might have been on the wrong piece of evidence. The blood couldn't have splattered all over her because the bullet wound was from the back. That was the point I was trying to make with this evidence that I presented. I just put on the wrong testimony, maybe? No? Okay. What implications, Counsel? The implications of you taking this oath? Methinks you haven't pressed everything. Maybe. Did I press this one? This is the only one that I think I might not have pressed. Make a burst from the storm, I believe. Even Nash scouring the counter when he suddenly appeared to with them. He already had the revolver in his hand. I've been so scared in me life. Yeah, you were just your regular mild-mannered burglars, that's all. We don't like violence. Yeah, I think I did skip this one. So that might be You were near the entrance to the shop. I was in the doorway, running my eyes over the shelves of forfeited items. Looking for the music box, of course. I'm remembering this. You do think that the last statement... Oh, I see. One of those press everything and then the last statement gives you something? Yeah. The broker went for Nash in the first place. This is why I need your help, Mr. Chicanery. That gringo joined in, making it 2 against 1. Sometimes I get a little distracted. I forget to press things. I was trying to help me little bruv, but the old geezer chucked me over the bloomin' counter. So I pulled me gun on the old fella, and that soon made him scarper. The pair of you sitting upon the poor defenseless pawnbroker together. Shame on you. Sorry, Gov. Oh no. Wait, what? But they're back with the... No, tell me they aren't back with the blood sample. But I haven't proven anything yet! They didn't give me anything! I have the results of the test that was ordered earlier, my lord. Ah, the blood on the accused overcoat. Oh no, dude. So once I've pressed everything, they're just like, alright, cross-examination over. This isn't a game over, though. I'm like... The game doesn't really do, like, oh, you didn't do this thing, game over time kind of stuff. But I didn't find anything. Well, there you have it. The report, please, Inspector. I feel like I almost found some things, but... Yes, sir. Traces of human blood were found on the overcoat of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestraw. From the extent of the stains, it would appear that... You say you're welcome, but we are now in a position where exactly what we feared would happen has happened. They've come back with the blood samples, and we still don't have a counter. But maybe somehow the blood splatter is the counter. See? What did I tell
Objection.
you? No, the blood on the coat is not Mr. Windibank's. What on earth makes you say that, Count? The coat originally belonged to Magnus McGilded. Just before his coat was deposited at Windibank's, McGilded had fatally stabbed Mr. Mason Milverton. So the blood on that overcoat is the blood of the brickmaker from the omnibus case.
Objection!
I didn't write the game, Coleman. Well, the dead cannot speak. Isn't that right, my Nepalese friend? I mean, presumably, Jack, if you weren't here, I would have eventually just pressed every statement again, and then that would have triggered. 2 months ago in this very courtroom, did you not argue fervently for McGilded's innocence?
And yet, now that the man is dead, you brand him as a murderer? Your conduct shatters any shred of respect you may have earned for yourself in this country. Well, my drink is finished, so hopefully he's finished drinking. But that was... I call it a bloody disgrace. Oh, no, don't get the jury involved in this, please. I don't want to have to do a summation examination per thing. We use Mr. Sholmes' special chemicals. Mr. Sholmes is a detective, not a chemist. Would you put such faith in a chemical formula devised by me, for example, when I'm a communications officer? I held out Brodsky to starving boy, and he ran away crying. Von Zeeks, when a defense attorney does their job. He was, like, helping us earlier. Like, when it was the whole treason, when we were pursuing the treason line of questioning, he was, like, kind of helping us. He wasn't helping us, but he was, like, not hindering us. Now this guy brings out a new testimony, and suddenly, oh, maybe he committed treason, but he didn't commit murder. Gina has no motive. This guy has all the motive. Sherlock Sholmes is barely more than a figment of the public's imagination. His name carries no weight in this courtroom. No weight at all. Okay, I said this last stream. I think Von Zeeks and Sholmes have a history. This seems personal for him. Whenever he, like, attacks Sholmes' character. Victory is sweet indeed. This proves that my testimony is the whole truth from start to finish. As the witness said, the accused's coat was splattered with the blood of the victim. The only way Mr. Graydon could possibly have known this fact. Even if McGilda did it, that does not change the fact that, yes. Right? Naruhodo did his job, man. In other words, his testimony is solid, and the conclusion is singular. It was the accused who shot the victim in this case. That is the whole truth. I mean, technically, Naruhodo's better at doing his job than, like, Phoenix. In terms of, like, you know, treating every client as innocent. Been a long battle, this one, but this old warhorse has something. Why would he call himself a warehouse? As this moment ago, the squadron has reached us. No, I don't want to do another summation examination. No, 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 I don't want to question the silly jurors for the third time, please. Please, no. I've grown to, I don't hate the summation examinations, but oh my god, they are almost always like 90% filler. Please, no. I need more alcohol. I don't want to do... The defense has consistently failed to unpack this witness's testimony. Here's to any attempts you may make at unpicking the jurors' decision being equally successful. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Oh, please, can something Deus Ex Machina me? Sholmes? How very distressing to be held in such low esteem. What? Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Wait, what? Officer? You've delivered the report now. That would be all, thank you. It occurs to me with some regularity, Mr. If Sholmes is under this Bobby outfit, I'm gonna scream. I'm gonna scream like a little fangirl. That scientific truths are determined not by science, but by none other than the human mind. Oh, am I going mad? Ah! Let's go! What is the meaning of this? Let's go! What business do you have here, detective? The last I heard, you were recuperating in hospital. As where I would be, had I not been set upon an errand. What errand? Hurley! It's really you! You're awake at last! Yes, good day, Iris. I appear to be rather late to rise. My apologies. Now, my lord, if you will humour me. In what manner, sir? I have something of great importance. I wish to give the young lawyer. I need no more than 5 minutes. Would you be so kind as to spare us the time?
What say you to this, Lord Blood?
This trial has taken many hours of the court's time. Having spent so long already.
Exactly! Having spent so long already, we don't want to go wasting any more precious time!
As I was saying, having spent so long already, it would seem churlish to deny the defense a mere 5 minutes.
See, Von Karma would not have done that just now. Von Zeeks is being more helpful than Gregson is. Very well then, Counsel, you have 5 minutes. Please contain your popping off to those 5 minutes exclusively.
My dear fellow, I apologize for my tardy arrival. Mr. Sholmes, are you alright now?
Ah! Alright. I'm all wrong.
Sorry? I've only just managed to summon the strength to stand, man. I asked the judge for 5 minutes. But I fear even that may prove too much for me. Pray forgive me should I pass it.
Let's make this discussion as short as possible. Why did he show up in the bailiff outfit? I love him. I love him so much.
None of them can see how wonderful your chemical blood analysis is. Ah, well. The concoction of mine was really just a bit of sport to assist me in my investigations. I never took the trouble to refine it for appraisal by the scientific community. An oversight on my part. Right. Modesty, surely not. But enough of that. I'm here to give you this, my dear fellow. What's that? A leaving present. From Miss Susato. From Miss Susato?
Oh, the thing that she gave him at the end of the investigation part. Possible crucial evidence?
Miss Susato foresaw today's events, I believe. She knew that the culprit would attempt to escape justice by means both devious and underhand. And that you, Mr. Naruhodo, fighting fairly as you are wont to do, would find yourself in considerable peril. At that very moment of crisis, you were to be given this small parcel. Those were the dear lady's instructions.
I specifically waited until they gave you a guilty verdict and you were fucked. And now I'm giving you the information. Because I like being dramatic.
A leaving present from Susato-san. Whatever could it be? What is this? Oh! It's the machine I made. What?
The machine that makes door opening panels is crucial to the mystery?
I call it the cat flapomat. The cat flapomat.
How is this going to help us?
Oh no. What's Susie up to? Miss Susato muttered the following words before she left. I'm a failure. I don't deserve to be a judicial assistant. What? Didn't she say something like that? You really are the best judicial assistant in the world.
This stream's gonna end up being longer than the last one I did. Me being like, oh, we're about to call in the killer. We'll probably only have an hour left. Isn't even halfway through the case.
Well, that's extremely flattering. But I'm sorry to say that I've been a complete failure.
It's just my Iris voice, isn't it? Whatever did she mean by that, Sholmes?
That night, when you left Windibanks in pursuit of the thieves.
Oh my god. Yeah, I'm not doing anything else tonight.
Miss Susato made use of this contraption for a certain purpose. That is your answer, dear fellow. Not at all cryptic, then. Susato-san used this cat flapomat that night? But why? The cat flapomat. Where did she use the cat flapomat?
Von Zeke sees Sholmes show up and he's just like, I'm chugging this. I've had enough of this. Your 5 minutes is over.
I'm grateful to you for affording us that brief recess, Mr. Reaper. I need no thanks, Detective. After all,
This is the first time we've seen Sholmes in the courtroom. This is a big deal. This is a big deal. Sholmes is interacting with Von Zieks.
the die is cast. Is it really? The jurors are unanimous in their leanings. No doubt my learned friend would consider a summation examination. But any attempt to alter the verdict now would be utterly futile. I wonder.
Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes? Oh, I missed doing the Mr. Naruhodo bit. The rest is down to you, dear fellow. What is your plan? The rest is up to me, the rest is down to me. My lord, the defense requests. I don't think we want a summation examination here. Like, I don't think the jurors have anything else to give us. I think we want further cross-examination.
Objection!
The jurors have spoken. Protocol dictates that you may not cross-examine a new witness now.
Objection.
Then why was it an option on my selection text box? I want to continue with one of an existing witness. What? It would appear that a rather important detail has escaped your attention, Mr. Reaper. My lord, requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination. Oh, he interrupted the... Thank you, officer. Very well, so the cross-examination is technically still happening. I mean, it's the judge's call, but the judge is actually pretty based in this game. He usually makes good calls. Nobody can say anything then. If Runo asked to resume his cross-examination of Mr. Graydon, the court is obliged to allow it. This is absurd!
I would remind those present that this is my courtroom. I concur that the defense is entirely within its rights to request the continuation of the cross-examination. However, I will not permit an unremitting protraction of these proceedings. Therefore, I have decided to afford the defense one final opportunity in concluding the cross-examination. Counsel, you must choose but one statement from the witness's testimony, and but one piece of evidence. Okay, so the stupid cat flap I'm at is the evidence we're presenting. Because it's the new evidence we just got. The only thing that has changed. If following that, the situation remains unchanged, I shall move to adjudication. Is that clear? Who would have thought that the last evidence we present in the last trial of the game is the funny cat flap door machine that Iris made? My lord. Yes, my lord. Oh, I know what it is. The only reason there was even a flap in the door was because Susato put it there? With the funny cat flap thing? Yeah, because in these photos it doesn't really look like there's a flap at all. I mean, this one doesn't have one. And then this one does. Ah. Alright. A single statement and a single piece of evidence. Most generous. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo. It's high time I fell in a dead faint. I leave this in your capable hands. The icon, living legend, Herlock Sholmes. Oh my god. What a Chad. To stand so insouciantly? That I genuinely have never seen that word before and do not know what it is. Either the man has extraordinary strength of mind, or an extraordinary lack of feeding. I imagine he's feeling very little now. The detective is sleeping soundly in one of the antechambers. I love him so much. Strike a man when he's down, why don't you? He shows up dressed as the bailiff for no reason, gives us crucial intel, and then passes out. Giga Chad behavior. This is why he's not the lawyer. Well then, counsel, are you fully prepared? Yes. One statement. One piece of evidence. I won't let Mr. Sholmes down. Or Iris. Discombobulate. One final discombobulate. This is going to decide the entire outcome of the trial. Okay, so I need to use the funny cat flap on the statement where he talks about the door. Yeah, okay. See, the advantage of taking so long to press all of the statements is that I have a very clear idea of what statement I need to. So you toss the gun out of the people, and then I present. Hold on, I'm gonna save real quick first. Pretty sure whether I had 1 life or 5 right now, this is like a final, like. Toss the gun. Ooh, what is this song? Toss the gun out of the people, so I picked it up. Whoa. Ooh, those vicious teeth look like they could rip through almost anything. This is such a, like, useless invention. I mean, it's not useless, but it's just like, it's so, like, arbitrary. And yet it's crucial to the case. Nothing can match this machine for power. The reality of the cat Flappamat is that it's a grim weapon of door destruction. A weapon that I'm about to present and win the trial with. What on earth is that? That's your final piece of evidence? What the fuck? Ooh, it's my cat Flap. Why did I say it like, ooh, it's my cat Flappamat, my lord. It makes a way for cats to get in and out of a room. Von Zeke's when the final piece of evidence is Iris's cat Flappamat. Von Zeke's is making a kid named Finger face right now. I get a kid named Von Zeke's. It can cut through any door you can think of and make a new little door into the middle of it. Small doors for cats to come. I'm sure we can all work that out for ourselves. But that cat devil's contrivance has no possible relevance to this case. Oh, really? Of course it doesn't. To start with, there was no cat flap in the pawnbroker's door. Not being a keeper of cats myself, I'm afraid I fail to see what this has to do with the matter at hand. Perhaps it would help if I described its function in another way, then. This contraption is able to create a peephole in any door you can imagine. See, that's what, like, I didn't think the door had a big old flap peephole before. But that's because it didn't. 2 nights ago, we arrived at the scene only minutes after the murder had taken place. That's right. According to the paperwork at the yard, it was you, your Japanese assistant, and Sholmes. Yes, the 3 of us were together. This is so unfair to the killer. He's just like, I've crafted this perfect lie, nothing can stop it. And then we're just like, psych buddy, the flap that she threw the gun out to you through, it didn't exist when you were there. L. Your assistant made use of this device? They did what? There was a peephole in the storeroom door. I can attest to that. Kind of epic that the game sneaks it in there, right? Yeah, you definitely could figure out beforehand that there's a peephole that wasn't there before, I think. Wait, what did he say? There was a peephole in the storeroom door. I can attest to that, because I looked through the peephole myself in order to see inside the locked storeroom. This is ludicrous. What are you trying to say? Of course there was a peephole in the door. I said as much as my testimony. How else could I have witnessed the crime, for pity's sake? Like, this is a solution so, like, bizarre and stupid that I don't think the killer has even realized his mistake yet. Like,
Yes. How could you? What? Actually, what are you talking about? Counsel, kindly say what you mean. Alright, it's time. Time to strike the final blow. What I mean is this, my lord. My assistant made the peephole in the storeroom door, and until such time as she did, the door had no hole in it to look through. What? What? No!
Objection!
This is a farce! Are you really suggesting that the peephole in the door was... Yes, it was created only after the incident had taken place. And I know how to prove it, too. I have the evidence to prove it. By my judicial assistant using this device. Your assistant tampered with the crime scene, Willis being fully aware of the gravity of her actions? That is a most serious act of vandalism. I mean, she didn't know it was a crime scene until she poked the thing open. Right? It was in the few minutes that I left the scene in order to pursue the Skulkin brothers and alert the police. Nevertheless, in the light of this new information, it becomes apparent that Mr. Graydon's testimony is riddled with holes. You might even say, peepholes. Ah! Riddled with peepholes. That's a good one, Coach. The majority of Mr. Graydon's testimony that appears to incriminate the defendant is based upon what he witnessed through the peephole in the storeroom door. Yes, the filthy girl shooting the man in the back. However, if at the time of the incident that peephole did not yet exist in the door, there's no possible way you could have seen what you claim to have seen. In short, your entire testimony is a pack of lies. And 4 hours into the stream, we've finally proven that. Order! Is there any credence in this revelation?
Objection!
None whatsoever, as my learned friend must surely realize. Exactly, this is just some cheap trick designed to discredit me. I'm afraid not, sir. Of course it is. Do you seriously expect people to believe that plaything can cut through a solid wooden door? Oh, yes! I designed it to be very powerful. It can cut through even the toughest of doors. That's absurd. I don't believe it for a second. Huh, had a feeling you'd say that. Are we gonna break a hole in the door behind him? Waggy, cooey, time for dinner! She already made a door! The chaotic energy of this final segment of the trial is amazing. Just the fact that it all comes down to a flap in a door that didn't exist and then did exist. Her goofy inventions have saved the day countless times. Ah! Young lady, this is the Old Bailey! One does not make cat flaps in the oak paneling at the Old Bailey! I'm not done yet, don't worry. This doesn't mean that the people in the storeroom door at Windibanks was made by your machine. And there's no way you can prove that it was. No, but it's easy. What? The cat flaps my cat flapomat creates are all of a fixed size, and the dimensions of the people at Windibanks are an exact match. Hee hee, old Silky's lost for words. Excellent work, Iris. Thank you. And now it's my learned student's friend's turn to be lost for words, I feel. I believe your judicial assistant has already left the country for your Eastern Island home. Well, yes, that's true. Then you may have some difficulty in establishing all of the facts. For the sake of the argument, let us assume the people has dimensions that are a perfect fit for this contraption. In that case, Win was the people cut. The prosecution demands the photos. The first photo doesn't have the people. I noticed this a while ago, but I just assumed it was like covered up. The defense argues that the peephole was created after the... Now I'm remembering them explaining the peephole in the, first part of this case, and me just being like, oh, can we move on to the interesting part? They were hiding essential information in the meme section of the case. But now that the perpetrator has returned to her native land, she cannot testify to the fact. There is no proof. accept the photos. Let's go. Let's go. It's not a baseless accusation. It is a based accusation. Indeed, that is so, Lord Von Six. Well, counsel. Don't give up now, Runo. This is the time to create your own opening and force your way through. Let's go. Proof that the peephole in the door was created after the event and not before.
Take that!
Boom. What are you? A print from that detective's infernal cameras again. This photo that was initially used to, like, screw us over is now being used to save us. Let's frickin' go. This case is so good. My judicial assistant, Miss Susato Mikotoba, is an extremely intelligent and capable young woman, which is why I never had any cause to doubt that she would have considered this scenario and made sure I had the necessary proof. And the necessary proof is this photographic print, counsel. This print shows a scene in the shop moments after the defendant entered the premises. Agreed. And it also shows the accused mercilessly wielding a gun in the direction of the defenseless broker. We still haven't explained why she did that. I mean, it's not really even pointed at him, so, like, she probably just picked it up at some point. Let me see that print again. I don't believe it. This really is quite remarkable. The door to the storeroom is completely devoid of a peephole. Ah, Mr. Graydon. You couldn't possibly have witnessed the crime as you claim to have done, because at the time it happened, there was no peephole in the door. In other words, your testimony is a catalog of lies. Not only could he not have witnessed the crime, but he couldn't have had the gun tossed out to him. Order! I am satisfied that the defense has substantiated its claim beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness's testimony was entirely fallacious. That's not the only thing we now know beyond all reasonable doubt. My learned friend's assistant's guilt can no longer be denied. The woman tampered with a crime scene. Really? That's what you're focusing on, dude? I guess he's got to get some kind of W. But more importantly... Good lord, there's more Von Zieks? The defense may have established a reprehensible instance of perjury. But that is no proof that this man is the victim's killer. What proof do you need? Yes, that's right. What? I was there at the scene, it's true. And I was shot in the arm, it's true, but that's all. Yes, in fact, if you look at the circumstances, I am the victim here. Oh, please. No! We've been going for 4 hours. This trial's 7 hours long, please. I have to have some kind of proof. There's no point locking the cat's door after the cat is bolted. Isn't that right, Runo? As Hurley always says, one lie begets another. No, wait. That might have been a line I wrote for him in one of my stories. Well, no matter who said it first, you're right. Mr. Graydon, not only did you give false testimony, but the lies you told make no sense. Make no sense? What do you mean by such remark? What you said in your testimony reveals that you know something you shouldn't have known. In other words, yeah, how does he know there's blood on the coat, nerd?
Objection!
This is provocative talk, counsel. Won't you enlighten the court? Explain this alleged inconsistency. Iris was right. One lie begets another. Yeah, revealing that he couldn't see the crime, revealing that his testimony is a lie, reveals that everything is a lie. He shouldn't have known. Honestly, he shouldn't have known about the third gun or the bloodstains. But the bloodstains is probably the answer. You shouldn't have known about the bloodstains that were present on Miss Lestrade's coat. That's right. The victim's blood splattered all over her when she shot him. But how could you possibly have known that? Obviously, because I saw her do it through the peephole in the... Oh. Shit. The point is not that you lied in your testimony, Mr. Graydon. It's the nature of the lie you concocted that is so revealing. Because he was so desperate to incriminate her with the blood thing, like, he could have left that out. But by including that, he screwed himself over here. You're not making any sense. Then let me ask you a simple question. How is it, Mr. Graydon, that you knew of the existence of the people? What? All three of the things on that list are things he shouldn't have known about. What? Well, obviously, Ah! The cat got your tongue, witness. The people in the door was made after the incident occurred. And once I returned to the shop, having failed to catch the two burglars, Scotland Yard's investigators arrived immediately. Since that time, the police have been at Windibanks constantly carrying out their investigation. Isn't that right, Inspector Riggs? Well, yes, of course. The place is chock full of pawned articles, and my lads have to thoroughly examine them all. I assumed he just got the people info from us, and then, like, used it. So I gave the order to have off, but I guess nobody has really mentioned the people in the courtroom before this point, because it didn't exist when the incident happened. So I gave the order to have officers work around the clocks and shifts to get through it all. And consequently, there's no way that you, Mr. Graydon, could have gained access to the shop. Therefore, you should have known nothing about the people. So the fact that its existence forms the basis of your testimony is completely inexplicable.
Objection!
And yet, the fact remains that Mr. Graydon did maintain that he witnessed the crime take place through the peephole in the door. How on earth is that possible? Could I have a word, please, Lord Van Zix? Speak, Inspector. It's just that I really ought to be getting back to the station now to put in my report. There's really nothing more I can add to this testimony, so if it's all the same to you, permission denied. Oh. It's not all the same to me, Inspector. Not at all. You will remain exactly where you are until this trial concludes. Did he let... Because if he let the dude in to, like, look at the... That could be... Of course. Mr. Graydon. You shouldn't have known about the existence of that people. Which can only mean that you must have been informed about it by somebody else.
Objection!
Stop there, my learned friend. You realize, I trust, that the words you just uttered have extremely serious implications. Yes, but the defense believes that the details about the case that Mr. Graydon claims to have seen, the coat, the peephole, the third gun, he knows all this shit. Why does he know all this? Because it was revealed to him by Grayson. Who's the person in question, Count? Damn it, Tobias.
Take that!
The truth is, it can only have been you, Inspector Gregson.
Objection!
Me? You'd have better have some proof to substantiate such a rash claim, my little friend. Consider the fact that we have only been aware of Mr. Ashley Graydon's identity for the last few hours. They've got Gregson and Graydon, and it's really hard to, like, keep the name straight. We learnt of it only during the course of the trial today. Indeed, preparations for his testimony were made with great urgency during our hour-long recess, while the police executed the subpoena and brought the man here from the communications station. And until that time, Mr. Graydon would have had no idea, no inkling that he would suddenly be required to appear in court. Are you suggesting that until such time as he was summoned? Yes, my lord. Until then, it's reasonable to assume he knew nothing of the people. It was only once Mr. Graydon was in the stand that he realized his position, that he would have to defend himself against the accusation that he was the third intruder. suggesting to the court that it was while this trial was in progress that he received that information? Kid named Von Zeeks. This is his, like, kid named finger face. So that he could commit perjury in order to save his skin? Exactly. And the only person with knowledge of the investigation that he had any contact with is you, Inspector Gregson. This is a bloomin' outrage! Why would I be giving away details of all investigations of this fella, eh? I was summoned to his lordship chambers during the recess, in any case. Have you forgotten that? Quite true. I had a number of questions regarding the events that transpired at the pawnbroker. Which means... the first time these two laid eyes on one another was after proceeding resumed. Remember when they were frickin' whispering to each other earlier? They did it in the courtroom. Since then, they've been in full view of the stand where such illicit discussions could possibly have occurred. Ooh, I just remembered something, Runa. Why do I... every time I say ooh with her, it sounds so weird. Ooh, there was one time before, wasn't there? I think it was when Ginny was testifying. When the bailiff was dispatched to retrieve McGilda's music box. That's it. It was during that testimony. They were literally exchanging info to commit perjury during that testimony. Holy crap, Gregson is corrupt. Mr. Graydon and the inspector seem to be having some kind of secret discussion. It would have been possible for you to give Mr. Graydon the information he needed then. You little toe rag! You're making all this up! I'm a respectable Scotland Yard inspector, for crying out loud. Why would I do something like that? Because A can. Why would I be giving away confidential details to the likers of this? Gumshoe would never do this. Gumshoe would never. Admittedly, you wouldn't have had any reason to do something like that for no gain. But perhaps it was part of a deal of some kind? Then it starts to make more sense. What deal, possible? I wonder if perhaps, in exchange for details about the people at the crime scene, Mr. Graydon agreed to give a certain something to the inspector. The disc. Grayson and Graydon getting owned. I'm sure I need not remind the inspector that, if found to be true, striking a deal of any kind with a witness would be considered a gross case of malfeasance. We got malfeasance, we got murder, we got treason, we got perjury, we got thievery, we got the whole shebang. Well, it's becoming clear that jumping in with accusations is this Nipponese student's specialty. I don't do that. Yes, I do. But with the stakes so high, the prosecution is not prepared to listen to baseless charges. It is incumbent on the defense now to present evidence in support of this diabolical claim. Evidence? Just what are you proposing that the inspector demanded of the witness in return? The court must see proof of this alleged deal. If Inspector Gregson really did strike a deal with Mr. Graydon, then logically, there's only one thing he could have asked for. Bruno, do you think it could be... Yes, it's the missing link that would join all the dots together in this puzzle. I must press you for an answer now. See, I don't have the third... Should I present the music box or the disc? I don't... Because technically the thing he wants is the third disc, the second disc, which I do not have. So I'm gonna save here. Because I don't know which one they want us to present.
Take that!
Okay, yeah, it was this one. Inspector Gregson. Besides this murder, is it not true that you've been working on another very important case? What? Are you getting that now, sunshine? I still have pretzels from last stream here, and I'm getting hungry. Is it possible that this other top secret case is what's alluded to in this newspaper article here? The classified secrets being leaked overseas from the Ministry of Justice. How the bleeding Noah could you... We discovered, during the course of this trial, the music box
deposited at Windibanks by Magnus McGilded. A special music box, designed to play 2 discs at once. It would seem very likely now that encoded on the pair of discs that were in McGilded's possession are the leaked classified secrets. So I put it to you, Inspector, that in order to recover the second of the discs containing those secrets, you covertly made a deal with Graydon in which you exchanged the disc for details of the case. I didn't think this would also be a takedown of Inspector Gregson, dude. Holy crap. This shit goes deep. Bum, 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 bum. We're uncovering everything. We met you at Windibanks. I'll be taking that whatever it is to McGilded's down to the yard, thank you very much. So hand it over. No, don't give it to him. It's mine, that is. Mine. I'm sorry, miss, but anything belonging to McGilded has to be taken in as evidence now. Scotland Yard already knew that at the time, isn't that right? That Magnus McGilded was involved in the stealing of government secrets. My orders were recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry and do it on the QT. Strictly hush-hush. I'm stress-eating now. And that explains why, when I presented this disc as evidence to the court, you objected so heavily, I presume. Because you knew that it contained highly confidential information. Blimey, not likely. I mean, I wasn't that sure of it myself. I realized there was a possibility, that's all. Inspector, surely you're not saying that in order to acquire the second of these music box discs, you did indeed reveal confidential details of the crime scene to the witness? To aid and abet this man in giving false testimony? There's no other way Mr. Graydon could have known of the existence of the people. It's the only explanation. A deal was struck. No! Ah! Graydon and Grayson! They're the real skulking brothers!
Objection!
If, and I stress, if, this sobering assertion, sorry, I'm just going to start that line over. If, and I stress, if, this sobering assertion turns out to be founded in truth. I'm glad I started the stream at 6, so that I would, because if I'd started later, like when I did yesterday, I'd be going to midnight again. This case is crazy. The second disc is as we speak here in this very court. Wait, what? How could you possibly make a claim like that? Because Inspector Gregson is a Scotland Yard detective. What's that supposed to mean, eh? As a seasoned policeman, the inspector would have approached this alleged deal with caution. Certainly he would not have accepted a gentleman's agreement in this matter. No, he would have insisted on having the article agreed upon in the palm of his hand. Holy shit. Good gracious! Inspector Gregson already has the item in question in his possession? He has the second disc actually on his own person? Inspector, show us this disc immediately. This young lad wants to tone down his imagination. He's insulted me and my profession quite enough. However, if it'll put this matter to bed and dispel any doubts about my involvement, then I'll happily submit to a body search. What? He's going to agree to it? I presume you're aware of the precipice on which you now teeter, my learned student friend. You've made a most serious allegation against Scotland Yard here. If, following the search of the inspector's personal effects, no disc is found, you will be deemed unfit for court service. This trial will end, and my country's government will formally demand of yours that you are severely reprimanded. Whoa! That's a lot for just accusing a cop of something. Jesus. Indeed. To have a visiting student make such defamatory remarks about our country's most senior police force.
is not something Her Majesty's government will be able to overlook. You're just threatening Bruno because you're scared. The accusation is beyond serious. You must be prepared for grave consequences. It's true. Can't imagine Gregson would have accepted a gentleman's agreement for something so critical. The disc must have physically changed hands, which means the inspector should have it. Somehow, something doesn't feel quite right here. Maybe they haven't exchanged it yet. Search someone else. Search someone else. Search Graydon. I think he still has it. The defense formally demands the search be conducted. Wait, what? I thought I could search someone else. Did I not click? Hold on. I'm watching the frickin' VOD back. Very well, then. I'm watching the delayed stream over here. Oh, wait. Okay, no, I did click the right one. He's just being funny. The defense demands a search, but not of Inspector Gregson. What? Now what's all this? Spit pretzel crumbs on my computer screen. I'm the one you're accusing, aren't I? Thought you wanted to search me. No, Inspector, not you. Somebody else. What's the meaning of all this, eh? What's the last, have you, sunshine? The court shouldn't have to put up with this nonsense. You're being completely irrational. Be quiet, all of you! Who? Iris? Be quiet, all of you! Bruno's doing what you all told him to do and having the courage of his convictions. You should respect that and listen to what he has to say in good faith. Because that's the British way. Well said, young lady. Indeed, this court is in awe of the defense counsel's conviction and eagerly awaits his next words. You what? But don't be hasty, my lord. If I'm not mistaken about the things I've seen in court today, I'm fairly sure that I know who has that disc in the room. There's only one person it could be. It's Eggert, right? Or Graydon. Eggert Benedict. Mr. Ashley Graydon, my lord. The defense demands he be searched at once. Very well. I presume you will not protest, Mr. Graydon? Au contraire. Does that mean yes or no? I don't actually know what that means. And so a brief body search was carried out by the court bailiff. A few short minutes later, it was revealed that Mr. Graydon had nothing unusual on his person at all. Huh? Who has the disc? Who has it? Where is the disc? L. Ah! Death! I died! Live on the stand! Thank you, counsel. I've seen enough. Alright, one more game over for the road, I guess.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Will this be my first 5-hour stream
Guilty.
since the Game Awards one? This case just keeps going. It's so funny. I probably only have an hour left. I'll just play an hour tomorrow, and then maybe I'll play some Yakuza, maybe I'll go out, who knows. 4.5 hours later. I'm glad I ate dinner. So they were passing it around. Well, now I have 5 strikes to do this, so... Did they plant it on Gina somehow? Or did they give it to one of the dumbass Skulkin brothers? Oh my god. They were bickering. Gregson takes the disc. He starts grabbing Nash Skulkin. Nash has the disc. Holy shit. Gregson's a big brain gamer. Mr. Nash Skulkin. Well, I never. Eh, blimey. Me? In? Very well then. Bailiff, restrain the witness and conduct a thorough search of his personal. Please, my lord. Inspector. Scotland Yard has to object to this. Okay, yeah, he planted it on him. Get owned. Get owned, nerd. Unfortunately for you, Inspector,
Your objections carry no weight. I love that those seemingly insignificant, like the weird Grayson moments where he's like doing other stuff while we're talking to people. In this courtroom, only the prosecution and the defense have the authority to object. But you're Von Zeeks! I have no idea what forces are in play that might influence your actions. But personally, I have no intention of obstructing the course of this trial. I'm so hungry, I'm like, chew, speak, chew, speak, chew, speak. Ah! Hope it's not picking up too much. We lost a viewer since I started eating, though, so. Ready? Carry out the search! Okay. Let's frickin' go. No more! I don't know nothing! Nothing about no disc! Cut it out! Mama Luigi has the disc! Here, my lord, in the witness's pocket, I found this! Good lord. That. Another music box disc. I don't know nothing about it! Nothing! That is the second music box disc left behind by Magnus McGilded. Is it not, Inspector Gregson? More chips! Ah! Order! Mr. Skulkin, what have you to say for yourself? Gordon Bennett, I mean, just Gordon Thaman Bennett. I swear I didn't know nothing about that disc, honest to God. Counsel, would you please explain exactly what is going on here? The alleged deal that was struck was between this witness and this detective, no? Without question, my lord. Then for pity's sake, why on earth was this man in possession of the disc? Inspector Gregson is a shrewd, calculating man who rarely loses his composure. But at one particular point in this trial, he exhibited some unusual behavior for a brief moment. I don't recall. What unusual behavior? Ah! It was, yes, during my cross-examination of Mr. Graydon. He could tell I was getting close. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket? The second I mentioned him having the second disc, he's like, oh shit, I gotta pass this off to somebody. I admit to nothing of the sort. And then so he shoved it in there. When Mr. Graydon answered my question, the inspector appeared to have grabbed Nash Skulkin by his coat and was shaking him violently. This is how you do multiple witnesses in the courtroom. Holy shit, they're doing stuff in the background that, like, has impacted everything. This case is insane. Yeah, he did it all. Thought me noggin was gonna fall clean off, I did. I was wishing I'd be born as me brother, I was. And what exactly happened to make the detective attack you? I ain't got a clue. He just suddenly turned and grabbed me like a wizard whenever he started shaking me. Why the blazes didn't you mention the third gun when we got down to the station? That's what he said. It was right down my ear, all we did. It's still throbbing now. The way the detective behaved then was extremely out of character. But looking back now, it must have been then that he did it. That was the opportunity Inspector Gregson created for himself in order to hide the disc. Well, bless my wig! He hid it? You. But I'm afraid I fail to comprehend the motive here. If the detective had acquired the disc he was after, why on earth would he then proceed to hide it in another man's pocket? This is a court of law. He could have submitted the item as evidence. It would appear, my lord, that the inspector was not at liberty to do that. Why ever not? As the man himself revealed earlier, his current assignment has some special conditions. My orders were, recover the medium used to convey the secrets and do it on the QT. Strictly hush-hush. Hush-hush. A top-secret assignment, is it? As far as we're aware, the information stolen comes from confidential government communications. It would seem that if that information were to be revealed in court as evidence, it would be problematic. Does that sum up the situation, Inspector?
I'm operating under direct orders from the Ministry. I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to answer that question. So, realizing there was a chance that you may be searched, you took steps to hide the disc you had acquired from the witness. What does this mean? He only pretended to attack Mr. Skulkin in order to get close enough to him, to slip the second disc into his pocket. So it was all a pretense. Gregson is craftier than I give him credit for. Like, he fooled me at first. I was like, oh yeah, Graydon probably still has it. Nope. Well now, Inspector Gregson. And you, Mr. Graydon. Are you prepared to admit to the accusation made against him, you in this alleged deal? Admit to it. Yours truly? Please, no, please admit to it, please. It's been 4.5 hours. Mr. Graydon, clearly our eastern visitor has an uncommonly active imagination. However, there's no proof that I passed that disc to the inspector.
Objection.
But then, how do you explain the reason why you knew about the peephole? I'm under no obligation to explain. What? Yes, I lied in my testimony. That I admit, so sentence me accordingly. But that is all I admit. Murder, leaking government secrets, striking a deal with the detective. All of it is this young Eastern man's fantasy. I have no idea what any of this is about. And why were you there robbing the place? You can't... I want this guy gotten. It's even harder to get people in this frickin' timeline than it is in the main one. What about you then, Inspector Gregson? Do you admit to making a deal with Mr. Graydon in order to acquire the disc? Ladies and gents of the jury, as a Scotland Yard Inspector, I will declare this and nothing more. I'm acting in the best interest of the country. Whatever I've done, it's been in the name of justice. So, as members of the public community, I'd like to think that justice will be your guiding light when you're making your decisions. This is quite a quandary indeed. Rarely have I encountered such extraordinary tumultuousness at the concluding of a trial. Nevertheless, in the absence of any further evidence to be presented, I believe it is time that we put the matter to the jury for their final leanings. Well now, as a fellow servant of Queen and country, I must say I sympathize with the old inspector. Yes, he's a dependable man. I'm quite... God damn it. They're all a bunch of cop lovers. Even crossing your eyes doesn't help when it comes to looking at this case. It's all blurred to me. Well, as a fellow professional, I'd like to put my faith in the detective, really. Graydon is a highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idol. Stop. Well, she hasn't changed her opinion since an hour ago when she was saying... Just returned from a class quiz and I ordered pizza, too. What did I miss? Bro, exactly. This case is so long. But so good. Grayson and Graydon made a deal where the inspector made a deal with Graydon while they were on the stand to give him classified information in exchange for the second disc that would be used on the music box to get like crucial info. I don't know how long you've been gone, but and Grayson took the disc from him while we were in the courtroom, then passed it on to Nash Skulkin when he was grabbing him. Was gone for an hour. Okay, basically the inspector did a big brain move and traded info for the second music box disc, and then passed the disc on to Nash so he wouldn't get caught if he got searched. He passed the dish on to Luigi. The disc, not the dish. So now we still haven't really proved anything, but basically Grayson and Graydon are in cahoots. We just have to prove it. Yeah, wow, right? Holy shit. They literally passed it off, like, while we were doing the trial. That was why they were, like, whispering to each other, and then he shook the dude. Of course, none of this matters if the jury decides to, like,
by Gregson to, like, trust the cop. If I don't manage to produce some definitive evidence right now, then we're going... Bro, I thought we produced definitive evidence like an hour ago when Sholmes showed up. Come on, man. Some proof that Creighton killed Mr. Windabank. See, the thing is, I feel like with this court system, it's even harder to prove a person guilty than it was in the original Ace Attorney game, where you could go, do more investigation, and come back. That's why, really, we've been in the courtroom 3 times. The first time, we didn't really get any verdict. Or, we've been in the courtroom 4 times, but 3 times with the jury system. And the first time, we didn't find the culprit. Like, McGilded was the guy and he got off scot-free. The second time, it was Joan Garridib who was a moron, so, like, we were able to corner her. This time, it's these guys, and they're frickin' shifty, and they're smart, and we don't really have a lot of evidence to, like, prove that they did, that they aren't lying about things. Like, we had to rely on the cat flap-o-mat. Like, what am I am clicking all the wrong buttons. Get this off screen. Well then, counsel. I think it's time I imposed on the jurors to declare their final decisions, no? Also, I'm eating pretzels now. That is, unless you have some compelling evidence you've thus far not presented to the court. If I let the judge call on the jurors to announce their leanings, Gina will be found guilty. So there's no choice then, Runo. You have to throw some more evidence at them. This is it now. It all comes down to who do I present evidence against? Graydon or Gregson? I don't fucking know. Ah! Okay, let's look at the logs. So, hold on. I need evidence that proves... I need either proof that Graydon killed Windabank and stole those secrets, or evidence to force Gregson into admitting that he struck a deal with the witness. Hold on. I should find the evidence first before I choose the person. So either force Gregson into confessing that he worked with the witness. Okay, this is not going to be useful anymore. I feel like if I had evidence that proved that Graydon killed Windabank, I would have presented it already, like hours ago. I feel like once again we're in a case of like, fuck, where's the evidence? I think we need to find something that proves Gregson colluded. I have no earthly idea what that would be, but what haven't I used? I mean, I haven't used the Hound of Baskervilles, really, but I don't see how that's relevant here. Oh, huh? Wait, what? Can I present people? Oh, no, I can't present people, but I guess that's how you swap over to the people when you're in here. Whoop. These two goofy goobers. Their faces have a completely different design than, like, everyone else. Okay, go back. Proof that... Oh man, this is hard. Fuck. I have to pull back on all my knowledge. I'm gonna say Gregson. Inspector Gregson.
There was one final piece of evidence I would like you to see. I don't know what it is yet, but... What did he say? If you refuse to acknowledge that you did in fact strike a deal with the witness, then you leave us no choice but to examine this piece of evidence thoroughly. No earthly idea. We are once again confused and stuck. Something that proves Gregson colluded with the victim. Man, I don't know. This better be the last thing I have to present, I swear to God. Maybe this bullet that he ignored, that was in this file that we didn't find, Okay, but he didn't know about the third gun either. So it's not this. I don't even know if we're on the right, like, we might need to present something to Graydon, but I don't know, man. Sorry if you can hear me chewing. One final piece of evidence to get this detective to admit to the deal he clearly struck with Graydon. No.
Take that!
Okay, that's not right. Bye-bye, score point. They only struck that deal at the very possible last moment. It was strictly business. If you think about it, murder and treason are both such serious crimes. Yes, punishable by death. So I don't think old Silky's going to admit to either anytime soon, do you? But Gregson, on the other hand, is refusing to admit because he's... Yeah. Yeah, so Gregson is the one we have to convince. We need to convince him that it's worth confessing somehow. Maybe it's not something that proves they work together, but rather something that suggests that it's his job to tell us. The paper? Or maybe even the, maybe the Hound of Baskervilles is like a big... Like the, oh, we have this other crucial thing. This manuscript is such a weird, like, the case is called, right? Isn't the case called Hound of the Baskervilles? And yet it's, like, not come up. Alright, no. Isn't the case called Hound of the Baskervilles? No, it's called The Adventure of the Unspeakable Story. Never mind, ignore me. The Unspeakable Story, though. This is the... I'll just present this. Maybe it's right, or maybe it's not. Maybe it will continue to be useless. Great. I at least can be confident that I'm right about convincing Gregson. Because they haven't given me the option to go back and pick Graydon. So that must have been the right choice. Something to get this detective to admit to his deal. My attorney's badge. What was something he had in his possession? Maybe the disc?
Take that!
Music stop! Is that Mr. McGilden's music box disc, Counsel? Yes. The first disc of 2, which has already been placed... That was a lovely sneeze. Alright. Yes, the first disc of 2, which has already been placed in McGilded's special music box ready to play. I think perhaps now would be a good time to listen to the sound produced by the music box again. Bless you. Thank you, Casey. Only this time, with the second disc we've just discovered set in place as well. Wait, we're... Oh, shit! That makes sense. Blackmail. Either you confess, or we play the government secrets live in the courtroom.
Hold it!
Gregson's like, no! Wait! I can't let you do that! Why not? Well, because it got nothing to do with the case, that's why! Not true, Inspector. The defense has already proposed that the sounds heard by the court earlier from this music box were part of a Morse code message. We know that Morse code comprises of 2 distinct tones. The defense believes that the second disc contains the second tone needed to complete the message, and now we have a chance to confirm that theory. For crying out loud, Sunshine, we're talking about state secrets here! If you go letting the whole courtroom hear confidential information like that, it's treason! Then do you admit the charge? That in order to protect those state secrets, you engaged in unlawful dealings with the witness? You're mad. If you let that secret information out into the public domain, you'll be making an enemy of the entire British government, you idiot! Let's not forget, Inspector, that you, a Scotland Yard officer, leaked confidential case details to a witness. That you continue to lie to the court, and all because, by fair means or foul, you're determined to do your duty. Well, by fair means or foul, I'm prepared to do mine. Don't you dare. I will stop at nothing to protect my client. I don't care who I make an enemy of. Von Zeeks is just like enjoying the show. He's like, wow. Impressive move. Blackmailing the detective? My lord, if you please. He didn't even have a line there. They just cut to him pouring himself a drink. That's so funny. The court must hear the sounds made by that music box. Kid named Von Zeeks pours wine. Come on, Von Zeeks. For Pete's sakes, stop him!
Objection.
Inspector, you should know my methods by now. I'm a prosecutor. I'm no Scotland Yard puppet. I love when he slams his foot onto the table, because I then also slam my foot onto the desk. I don't know if you heard me slam it on there, but I did. In this courtroom, my duty is to the law. So let me propose a toast. To uncovering the truth, by fair means or foul. No! Very well. The defense's stance here and that of the prosecution has been made very clear, I feel. Therefore, in accordance with the defense's request, the court will now listen as this music box is set in operation once more. Holy sh... The government secrets are revealed. This time, with the second disc in place, and both discs playing simultaneously. Or even I'm excited to hear it. You think because I'm a judge I get government secrets? I don't. Oh my god, we're actually playing it. The Madmen. Morse code. Alright, I admit it, whatever you want. For the love of God, shut that bloomin' box up. Let me ask you again then, Inspector Gregson. Did you, or did you not, strike a deal with the witness next to you in the stand, Mr. Ashley Graydon? Specifically, did you furnish the witness with confidential case details in exchange for this music box disc?
Did you reveal the existence of the people in the pawnbroker's store? This all goes back to the fucking people. Don't forget. I did. Stop! What are you doing, man?
It's all exactly like the young Eastern lawyers did. When the trial resumed after the recess, we were stood here in the stand together. That's when he approached me with the deal.
Shut up, you imbecile! Shut up!
Psst, you there. You're the detective who turned up at the pawnbroker the other day, aren't you? I may have something you're looking for, Inspector, with me at this very moment. So how about a trade? I suggest you accept. For information that may make certain individuals uncomfortable will soon become very public indeed. I couldn't let that information become public knowledge, not under any circumstances. So I accepted the man's proposal and told him details about the case that should have put him in the clear. How was I supposed to know the damn people wasn't there when the crime happened? Told him about the people and about the bloodstains on the overcoat. By giving false testimony, this witness intended to have the defendant wrongly accused of murder. Inspector, you knew that. Yet you still revealed those details to facilitate the witness's perjury. I did. But then it turned out that the peephole had only been made that night, after the incident took place. Scotland Yard wasn't aware of that, if I'm perfectly honest. Well, Mr. Graydon, what do you have to say for yourself? There's nothing and no one left for you to hide behind. You struck a deal with the inspector in order to escape conviction of a very serious crime. Namely, this. You are the third intruder who broke into the pawnbrokery on the night in question. And you perpetrated the murder of the proprietor, Mr. Pop Windabank. This is getting good. It's been good for the last hour. We're almost 5 hours into the stream, and normally I thought this was going to be like a 1-2 hour stream. I'm not complaining anymore. This game fucks. I'm swearing a lot this stream. I'm just like excited. What is he doing? Traitor! Someone stop him! What is he doing?
Bailiff! Bailiff! Restrain that man at once! What the fuck?
That's it then. It's all over.
This game fucks hard. Oh my god.
I despised my life growing up. Those slums of vile places. I was cursed from birth, born into poverty, the son of a penniless artisan. My parents did nothing but quarrel all day long. The little money they had was never spent on me. So I set about studying, to better myself, to one day escape from that hellhole.
And you eventually became a communications officer. I admire your determination.
But then you decided to try to sell government secrets? Why? Isn't it obvious? Because I wanted money. Even now, years later, the nightmares of my life in the slums wake me in the small hours. I wanted to drown them out with more money than anyone who had lived in that squalor could ever imagine. Then one day, I met him. Mr. Magnus McGilded. Yeah, you're a fiend with a queer talent, so you are. I've money to throw your way if you're interested. All you need do is go along with me little plan now. McGilded's like the ultimate villain of this game, really. And he's dead. He just dies halfway through. I was to steal the ministry's telegraphic message logs. and McGilded would buy them for a handsome sum. As I was responsible for inspections of the ministry's communications office, it was a simple enough task. The lure of the devil's offerings. How easy it is to succumb.
But you must surely have realized the seriousness of the crime you were committing.
And for that reason, I took great lengths to ensure that my actions were untraceable. By using the music books. My father was a brickmaker, though my mother divorced him when I was still a child. Yes, Mr. Mason Milverton. That's right. He was very skilled with his hands. He'd once been a music box maker's apprentice. I imagined his skills would be sufficient to create a machine that could generate Morse code. So I sought out my father again, to employ his services. It was the first time I'd seen him since I left the slums 10 years earlier. He returned to the slums, and that would be his undoing. Look at you, Ashley. What a fine gent you've become, eh? He was a different man to the one in my memory. A thin, frail old man. But poverty had never broken him, never corrupted him like it had me. I was sure that he wouldn't help me if I told him the real reason. So I made up a story. I've got some work for you, Father. I need some music box discs made. Music box disc, eh? A musician friend of mine has written some music he wants to sell to the public. I brought the score with me. There are two, actually. Oh, and he found out. And that's why McGilded killed him. I'd be delighted, son. It's been 20 years since I did any work like this, though. Fetch my tools, would you? They're in the loft. That's how I had him make the two discs. Thereby splitting the information in two. You were taking considerable precautions indeed. It was to protect myself as much as anything. It meant that I could deal with McGilded in two separate transactions. The first involved the first of two discs and the music box for playing them. I exchanged them with McGilded for 10 guineas. Then, on receipt of the second disc, he would pay 1,000 guineas. So, what happened on the omnibus 2 months ago? Was the second part of a deal? The exchange of the second disc? Yes. I'd sowed the man information that way a number of times already. But it seems he became... Oh, so Mason didn't find out? He was just reluctant? He was just greedy? McGilded was just greedy? That sucks. It seems he became reluctant to part with his money. But that doesn't quite make sense, Mr. Grace. For why was it that on that omnibus 2 months ago, your father, Mr. Milverton, was the one dealing with Mr. McGilded and not yourself? When I received the 1,000 guineas after my first completed dealings with McGilded, I decided to give 200 to my father for his troubles. But my father realized something was amiss. In time, he worked out that I must have be involved in something dubious. And when he did, he said to me, "Next time there's an exchange, you'll let your old man do it. Understand? Otherwise I won't take your money anymore." Aw. The story of thrice-fired Mason is actually really sad. That was my father's way of dealing with it, I suppose. Climb into the omnibus, hand over the second disc, and take the money from McGilded. That's it. He had no idea what was actually on the disc I'd asked him to make. He never knew. Just like I'll never know why everything went so horribly wrong that night. Because McGilded's dead, and all I know is that the disc was taken from him, and he never returned. It was only then that I found out what sort of a monster McGilded really was.
McGilded really is the true villain of this game, because every person except Joan Garrideb that we've like convicted has had kind of like a sad, like, well, not the lady in the first case, I guess, but like they've had kind of like these sad stories. Or like even Joan Garrideb, it's like, oh, it was an accident. McGilded's just a monster, a menace who just killed this guy because he decided he didn't want to pay him anymore. A bold choice to like it's amazing how much his shadow hangs over everything, even though he's in one case and then he dies. McGilded is the Dio of this damn game, for real. If he came back from the dead, and he'd really be Dio. So after 10 years of not once uttering it, I swore on my father's name. Yeah, this guy's like a JoJo, like Dio's sub-villain. To exact revenge. Revenge? This guy's like Giorno if Giorno was the baddie. As anyone with even the remotest knowledge of the man will no doubt be able to imagine, McGilded brought all his wealth and influence to bear in the most despicable of ways. And it makes Von Zieks, like, Von Zieks is decidedly a good guy. Not all of his motives are clear, but it's like, the first person he went to prosecute against us was McGilded, the big bad guy. And through us, McGilded was able to get away with it. Like, this guy is just trying to uncover all the sordid secrets. To crush any semblance of justice in this trial. McGilded. The crime scene was tampered with, evidence was fixed, witnesses were bribed. That trial 2 months ago was a farce from start to finish. My feet had barely touched British soil back then. I walked into that hornet's nest. And who put me on that case? Who knew I would be clueless about it all? Lord frickin' Strongheart. I'm convinced he's the bad guy of the next game. I don't like him. He's mega sus. I'd made plenty of money out of my dealings with McGilded back then. So I spared nothing in my arrangements 2 months ago. I know exactly who to hire. If you're willing to pay the price, there are people... Wait, did he get McGilded killed? If you're willing to pay the price, there are people in this city willing to do anything you ask. McGilded himself had shown me that. Are you saying that... I think you have the picture now. After he twisted everything to his favor in this courtroom to ensure that he walked free for killing my father, I took matters into my own hands and delivered the justice that monster deserved. That tragic accident following the trial here 2 months ago was planned and executed by yours truly. Holy crap, dude. McGilded's death that day was caused by this man. Everything is ready, sir, if you'd like to follow me into the courtroom. What's this, officer? 'Tis sooner than I was led to believe. Wow. Yeah. Wow, I know, right? Frickin' insane. I hope it's not inconvenient, sir. There's some changes to the schedule. Well, I must be making trucks now. It is time for the inspection. They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. Asked if I could be present for it myself. So that policeman who came to tell McGilded he could examine the omnibus again. That's right. An imposter. Hired by me. Bum 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 bum. McGilded used his among us. McGilded used his wealth to manipulate the trial. He paid people to adulterate the omnibus with all manner of false evidence. He threatened witnesses to lie in their testimony. And from his perspective, Gina is just another, accomplice of McGilded. So why would he, have any respect for her? Actually, kind of, reframe, other than the murder, which is where, I would argue, until he murdered Windabank, this guy was sort of, in a morally gray area. where he hadn't really done anything mega wrong. He was Walter Whiting, and then he went season 5 Walter White. Or season 4, I don't know, whatever period he becomes irredeemable. Once the omnibus was doused in paraffin, one of my sham policemen ushered McGilded inside, and sent him on a one-way journey to hell. An eye for an eye. That's how I avenged my father's death. A spine-chilling account indeed. You know, you didn't have to confess to that part, but that wasn't the end of it for me. There was a loose end, you see. A loose end. Yes, I should think it's obvious. The second disc, which my father had taken to exchange with McGilded. Ah, yes. There was indeed no mention of it in the man's... Man, if Gina had not gone to the pawnbroker shop and decided, I'm gonna, like, take the disc back for myself. I mean, maybe none of this would have happened. Clearly, because the disc had been removed from the scene of the crime. When I realized it was missing, I remembered something. Something from the first time I dealt with McGilded. This is the first of the 2 discs, and the music box you need to play them. Eh, look at that now. What an ingenious little invention. So then, as promised, 10 guineas for you, young man. What's this? Windibank's pawnbrokery? Aye, 'tis a pawnbroker's ticket, so it is. You can use it to redeem an article I've deposited there for you. There's no need to give a name. Just hand over the ticket and tell the fiend the watchword. We'll put a jewel in pawn for you. It'll fetch a good 10 guineas if you sell it, sort of. I've never heard of a pawnbrokery being used in quite that way before. Have you not, Mr. Graydon? London's pawnbrokeries are very useful places, you know. Each one is like an extremely secure vault. So McGilded just, like, keeps all his sussy shit in pawnbrokeries, doesn't he? I wonder what other pawnbrokeries are hiding, like, things of his. I knew that if he'd taken steps to hide the disc, it would be in that pawnbrokery somewhere. And that on the night he killed my father, he must have entrusted the ticket to someone. Yes, to Gina. I remember now. But when we first met you at Windibank's that afternoon 2 days ago, you had a description of Miss Lestrade written down. How did you know who you were looking for? From the trial. That pickpocket's testimony was clearly peculiar. Anyone could see that. I realized immediately that she was another of McGilded's pawns, that he must have threatened her somehow. I was fairly convinced it would be her who had the ticket, so I started to make some inquiries. I had a strong suspicion the girl would come out of the woodwork on the redemption deadline, and he was absolutely right. And yes, sure enough, she did. All I needed to do was wait until the girl went to Windibank's to redeem the articles. But unfortunately, she redeemed only McGilded's overcoat and the one disc that was in its pocket. The all-important music box with the second disc inside was missing. Because it had only been forfeited 2 days earlier. Every time it pans to Von Zeke's, I realize that my Graydon voice has just turned into the Von Zeke's voice again. And I'm like, oh, shit. But I was unaware of that fact. And then it pans back and I'll reset the voice. But I was unaware of that fact. Had I not been, I could have avoided my nighttime excursion. Meanwhile, as our investigation into the stolen government sequence was progressing, we picked up on the fact that McGilded was involved. Oh, yeah, okay. The music box with the second disc was missing because it was out available to just buy. So if Graydon had known that, he could have just gone in there, bought it, and, he would have been fine. He would have probably been fine. We'd picked up on the fact that McGilded was involved in the exchanging of secrets. My orders were to recover the stolen info as quickly as possible. So we started gathering the fella's possessions and examining whatever we could lay our hands on. We had a full-scale investigation going at the yard, but we had to keep it as quiet as we could. Excuse me. Then
When the inspector here took the disc from me in the pawnbroker that day, I became nervous. I was sure the music box and the second disc was still in the shop somewhere, so I knew it was a race against time. I had to find those articles before the police did. So that's what prompted you to break into the place the same night, with the help of your old friends, the Skulkin brothers. And what happened that night at the pawnbrokery? I can only describe it as a nightmare. While Nash and Ringo were searching the counter, I'd located the music box I'd sold to McGilded on the shelves of forfeited articles. And the second disc was inside? Yes. I slipped it into my pocket with a very deep sigh of relief. But then, something entirely unexpected happened. What are you doing in my shop? Bang! A gunshot rang out in the shop, and I felt a sharp pain in my left arm. The broker fired his gun, and the bullet pierced your limb. Yes, exactly. But unfortunately, I decided to bring my own gun with me that night, just in case. Before I knew what was happening, I fired back. The man had already turned to flee. I hadn't intended to fire in his direction, much less kill him. That's every single murder we have gotten a guilty verdict for someone in this game has been an accidental murder. Regardless of the other things that they've done, the murder part keeps being accidental. The one person who committed a murder on purpose is the person who we got off of the crime. Maybe we're not very good at this. Unfortunately for both of us, the bullet hit home. It struck him in the middle of his back as he fled through the storeroom door for refuge. Well, sorry too. It all took place in the blink of an eye. I don't imagine Nash and Ringo even realized what had happened at first. I was terrified, so I fled. And that's the whole story. That's everything that happened at Winterbanks on that wretched night. Wow. Holy crap. It's like all the confession scenes are just like so somber. They usually, in most Ace Attorney games, the confession scenes are like the victory, let's flex on them scene, but not in this one. Earlier, you called McGilded a monster. A man who used his wealth and influence to distort the facts and escape justice for the crime of murder. What tragic irony. For what you have done is exactly the same. Yeah, in trying to escape his crime, he's become, he made himself just as bad. You've become the very monster you saw and despised so deeply in McGilded. Yes, I think I have. The silence is deafening. Yeah, really. Well, this has been a long and exhausting trial. 5 hours in today's stream, almost 4 in yesterday's stream. This trial's longer than the first 2 cases combined. However, it would seem that at last we arrived at the truth. Inspector Gregson, what of Mr. Ashley Graydon? He's been restrained, my lord, and is being escorted to the yard. He'll be charged with the murder of Mr. Winterbank and the stealing of government secrets. Very good. And you, Inspector? Regrettably, you will have to face charges yourself. He'll get off with, the easiest possible sentencing. Yes, my lord, of course. It transpires that you were complicit in helping a criminal escape justice. That fact remains, whether or not you were doing so in the line of duty. The crime is a serious one, Inspector, and inexcusable. I feel like there's going to be a whole separate trial to determine what punishment he gets. Now to the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. Yeah? It is time for the final education. Is the jury ready, Mr. Ford? Yes, sir. Garrett Squadron standing by, sir. The last push, the final call, the finishing whistle. Very well.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will now declare your final decisions to the
Not
court.
guilty.
Not guilty. Not guilty.
I would laugh if one of them
Not
just still said
guilty.
guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Like he just goes guilty, and then he's like, oh, oops, I sorry, was I supposed to say not guilty if I think he's not guilty? My apologies. Ha ha ha, that's the stuff. I'm off the hook. Finally, Bruno, you finally managed to do it. Finally is the word. 9 hours. Susie was right. You're the best lawyer in the world. This is so funny. I thought this stream would potentially be like, I was like, uh-oh, this might be like my shortest Great Ace Attorney stream, or one of my shortest. This is my longest stream I've possibly ever done. Hold on, I want to see how long was the Game Awards one I did. I can check on my other monitor real quick. Mr. Strahd, I'm not finished with you yet. I'll keep going while it loads. What? What are you looking at me like that for? Before you start enjoying your freedom, there are certain other crimes to consider. 2 months ago, in my courtroom no less, you gave false testimony, did you not? And in relation to the trial today, not only did you unlawfully enter Windibeck's pawnbrokery, you also attempted to abscond with McGilded's property, it seems. I mean, okay, to be fair, she had the redemption ticket for it, and he was dead, so, like, I don't know if I'd really call that an absconding. I don't know if I don't feel like that counts as robbery. Whatever. The Game Awards stream was 5 hours and 6 minutes. We've been going for longer than that. This stream that I thought was going to be like a quick 1 hour, 2 hour affair, my longest stream yet. This is the longest I've ever streamed. Because this trial just does not screw around. I could have split this into 3 streams. Of course not. It's not like you were gleefully wearing McGilded's coat in your cell yesterday or anything. She was denying it. Aw, and just when I was getting excited about throwing a party for Ginny this evening. And we still have, like, the resolution, conclusion, epilogue stuff to do, too. This is crazy. Longest stream I've ever done. On turning our attention to the defense, determining that, when played together, the music box discs contained a message in Morse code was, well, it was certainly a most unexpected revelation. One last glass of wine. If I had more drink, I would pour it here. Long stream moment. Let's go, boys. In fact, I think we should applaud my learned friend's courage here today. I propose a toast to demanding that government secrets be disseminated before the entire courtroom. Based. Based. Let's go. Von Zeeks is based. We're very sorry about that. It's the only way that I could get it. No, I'm not. I was not being sarcastic. Please keep doing it. I'm an anarchist. I'm lawful anarchist. It's about the sounds produced by the music box before. I do wonder if that was really Morse code at all. What are you saying, ma'am? Oh well, it's just that I'm really rather fanatical when it comes to Morse code, you see. So much so that the whole world seems to be covered in dashes and dots to me. In fact, goodness, madam, an unhealthy level of obsession one feels. But I must say that in my opinion, the sounds produced by those 2 discs were nothing more than that, a meaningless series of 2 different tones. What? It wasn't Morse code after all? I guess that didn't really matter, did it? My lord, the defense would like to listen to the music box again. Are you off your nut? How many times do I have to tell you those discs contain minstrel secrets, sunshine? This courtroom is not an appropriate forum to discuss the nature of the government communications. I'm based, but I'm not that based. We know McGilded conspired to trade national secrets with our enemies. Secrets acquired from Mr. Graydon.
Now that the man has admitted to his crimes, we have no need to pursue the matter further. Aw. He's not... he's not based enough. Mr. Strahd. Eh, my lord? That what you have seen today here in this courtroom has been extremely disturbing. Falsified evidence, intimidation, perjury. A grim catalogue of depravity. An appalling exercise to befall any child. Experience to befall any child. I can't read. Come on, ain't nothing I don't see most days in the back slums. I beg your pardon? If you're weak, you pay for it. It's just how life goes. Gina. But look, I reckon I'll work something out today. The world ain't fair, but if you want it to change, you gotta start at home. You gotta change how you are yourself. Aww. She learned to be good. Based game talks about the pitfalls of classism. Well, that's a very laudable lesson, I would say. I eagerly look forward to the born again, Mr. Strahd, never gracing my courtroom with her presence again. Now, with regard to the murder of Mr. Pop Winterbank, proprietor of a pawnbrokery business on Baker Street, I hereby declare the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, not guilty. Yes! 5.5 hours of stream gaming. Get that not guilty verdict. Let's go. That is all. Court is adjourned. We're here alone. What? What's happening? One more drink for the road? I really wish I still had more booze. I really wish I had an actual one. On a personal note, I must say you've surprised me, my Far Eastern friend. Ah. Oh. Despite being a Nipponese, you saw through the pretense to the malice that festered within that Englishman. And at the same time, saw through the grime to the surprising heart of your English client. I know my drink looks red, but I'm just drinking, like, water, fruit juice, flavored water at this point. I finished the wine, like, hours ago. I have a curious talent for judging character, especially considering our very different cultures. I don't think there's anything curious about it. Whether we're from the Empire of Great Britain, or the Empire of Japan, we're all human beings, not so very different on the inside. You know, I took this case for one very simple reason. To lock swords with you once again here in the courtroom. You did? When I encountered you for the first time 2 months ago, it reminded me of toasting friendship and trust with another Nipponese, only to find my trust betrayed. War? Big war. Through you, I hope to look into the eyes of the man I once knew and try to understand. You mentioned something similar earlier today, about total betrayal at the hands of the Japanese. Dalor! What happened exactly? Well, you may ask. And one day, when the time comes, you'll learn the answer, whether you like it or not. Alright, then I'll wait for that day, if I must. I'm coming to be known as the Reaper of the Bailey. In my retirement from service 5 years ago, it gives me cause to wonder if our meet has some deeper purpose. The final wine glass crush of the game. Farewell, my learned Nipponese fellow. Until we meet again. Von Zeeks might be my favorite Ace Attorney prosecutor. Above even Edgeworth. He's just so, like, interesting. He's just so fascinating. I feel like the more we learn about him, the more we interact with him, the more interesting he becomes. It's done. It's over at last. But... where has Iris disappeared to? Ah! Congratulations, Gina. I knew it all along. I knew that you were innocent. Well, you did what you said, Mr. Nara-Odo. You believed in me, up to the end. You're as old as your name. What's odd about it? I told you I had faith in you, didn't I? No one ever has before, see? Kept the promise, properly. That's awful. I figured something out today. All my life, growing up in the slums, I've never trusted no one. But that's just 'cause I've been scared of being stabbed in the back. The more you trust someone, the more it hurts when they let you down. Yes, I think I can understand that. After all, I had a taste of it in that trial 2 months ago. I chose to trust someone and I paid for it. The betrayal left a big scar. You know though, Gino, I worked out something quite recently, true. Trusting in someone else is really an exercise in learning to trust yourself. And when your gut tells you it's the right thing to do, and your trust is rewarded, there's no better feeling in the world. I think I have you to thank for reminding me of that very valuable lesson. Oh, well, if you say so. It don't make a fat lot of sense to me, though. I'm trying to say that putting my faith in you, Gina, has been a real pleasure. For crying out loud, pack it in! I'm a diver! But I suppose I sort of feel the same way. Sometimes trusting someone else is, alright. Thanks. Bum, 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 bum. This is the way I see it, Ryunosuke. A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself. After this experience, I'm starting to feel like I understand what you mean, Kazuma. Am I living up to your expectations? Am I turning out to be the lawyer you believed I could be? Pardon the interruption. Who's interrupting? Is it Von Zeeks? No, it's Holmes. Sholmes in a bailiff outfit again. Pardon the interruption. But what the deuce does a man have to do to be noticed around here, my dear fellow? Ah, that voice. It's too late for that voice now, Mr. Naruhodo. I've been standing here patiently in the corner of the room for an eternity. Ah, ha, ha! Yes, it was me all along, I would have said when finally you noticed me. I was doing a bit, but you people with your incessant blabbing... I tried to commit to the bit, but you guys didn't notice me. Ah, ha, ha! Yes, it was me all along. You see, I have to deliver the bit. I love this man so much. He's a bit lord. I'd assumed you'd been taken back to the hospital, to be honest. Indeed I was. But I managed to escape again. Always commit to the bit. I happened to be aware of one or two foibles of the doctor who was tending to me. I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily issued me with a leave of absence. How very above board. But enough of my adventures. That was a fine victory, Mr. Naruhodo. Your tireless efforts justly rewarded, I feel. Congratulations are in order. As a close friend, I tip my hat to you. Oh, thank you. Some great detective you are. Great being cold as ice, maybe. Have I irked you in some way, Mr. Strahd? While you've been having a snooze in your nice stuffed bed, some of us have been fighting for our lives. Ah, well, that bullet did cause me to lose a substantial amount of blood, it's true. So I have indeed been feeling somewhat cold. Not perhaps as cold as ice, but, well, have a feel. Could you take your hands off my neck, please, Mr. Schultz? Oh, Casey, were you here when Sholmes showed up in the courtroom to give us info? That was another iconic scene you might have missed. And in some way, I suppose, congratulations are in order for you too, Mr. Strong. What's that supposed to mean? Why so half-hearted? Damn, I didn't. Yeah, no, he showed up in a bailiff outfit, gave us, like, a piece of evidence, and then, passed out from exhaustion. Well, naturally, it isn't my intention to alarm you, but an acquittal in a trial with that particular prosecutor is perhaps a little precarious. Well done, Mr. Sholmes. Not alarming in the slightest. Oh, the Reaper, you mean? Because anyone is found not guilty in a trial he was working on winds up dead anyway. Is that it? The very point I was trying to make. As exemplified by the fate of Miss McGilden, in fact. Okay, but the guy from the fourth case is still alive. I think. But of course, I pay no attention to such irrational drivel myself. Yeah, well, don't bother me. Oh, really? Of course not. The way I see it, the Reaper's a bit like I'm upstairs. Like him upstairs? Him upstairs? You mean like God? Yeah, him upstairs knows what's what, right? He knows what people are like on the inside. He won't have got the wrong end of the stick. There are some corpses like that bog trotter what are wanting into the core. And at the end of the day, him upstairs makes sure they get what they deserve. I suppose that's one way of looking at it. Divine justice is one thing. The Reaper taking matters into his own hands and claiming lives is another. But I ain't like the McGildeds of this world, so I ain't scared. I got principles, see? A trait in you which is a trait in you which is to be admired, Mr. Strahd. Oi! Just give it a rest, alright? As I was saying, congratulations are in order. The news of your acquittal was very welcome news indeed. Party at my house? There you are! There you are! Hurley, how long have you been here? Honestly, I went to the main entrance especially to meet you there. Were you doing a disguise yourself as someone else and then go, it's me all along bit again? Come on, you know that never works. Iris, my dear, I do apologize. But wait until I tell you what happened. This pair made utter fools of themselves. What happened? As you know, I have a penchant for disguise. I was hiding in this room dressed as a bailiff. He definitely does this often. These dupes didn't notice my presence at all. They had no idea. Could you imagine, Iris? Would you credit it? I'm not sure, really. I beg your pardon? I'm sorry, Hurley, but you just don't have the weighty presence you seem to think you have. In fact, you really ought to be careful about that. It's gonna land you in trouble one day. Jester. I'll be careful. Ouch. Anyway, it's such a shame. I was so hoping to throw a party for Ginny tonight. But you won't be able to come, will you? Don't look like I'm gonna be going nowhere for a while. You are the judge's putter. Got stuff to make amends for, apparently. Or them offences. What was it again? Breaking and entering, taking the blood trotter stuff what was in lug, blah blah blah. Yes, I think you'll find that basically being a pickpocket is the main offense. But diving ain't an offense. I'm a diver! It's just a job, isn't it? Still, it has got me thinking all this. Maybe I should start looking for another line of work. I mean, you didn't start off as a lawyer, did you? Or well, no, but I was never a pickpocket. Well, anyway, I reckon I could make a change. I'm starting with the man in the mirror, with the Gina in the mirror. I'm gonna do something for all them lot like me from the slums. Something that makes a difference for make a change. That's a wonderful idea, Ginny, and I'm sure you can do it. What is it? Bum, 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 bum. Nothing.
Miss Gina Lestrade, the prison carriage has arrived, ma'am. Come with me to the rear gate at once. No. Can we just take her home and do like one party before?
Right, well, looks like I'm off then.
Goodbye, Gina. And good luck.
Um, Odo?
Yes. What are you doing? Ah! What was that for?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to say, so...
Ah, indeed. Perhaps the situation calls for a phrase hitherto missing from your vocabulary, Mr. Straw.
Eh? On occasions such as this, I would recommend a simple thank you. Oh.
Wrong. Gun.
Oh, yes, that's good advice, Ginny. Alright, I see. Well.
Aw.
Thanks, Odo.
Thanks. Shoots you.
Aww. Thank you for everything what you done. For believing in me.
Aw. Not at all. In fact, that should be my line. Thank you, Gina. Well, there she goes. Wonder if I'll ever see her again. Well, well, quite the indomitable pickpurse.
Oh, I nearly forgot. I bought a paper outside. It's a special edition, and this trial is all over the front page. Pickpockets, innocence, prove it. Isn't it wonderful?
You should have shown it to Gina, Iris. She would have been thrilled.
Oh no, how silly of me. But anyway, would you like the good news or the bad news?
Oh, not again.
Well, what do you say, Bruno? Hurley?
Okay, what is this relevant? I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first. Absolutely not. I have no intention of listening to anything but good news.
And there you have it. How people answer that question says a lot about them, doesn't it?
Let's not go there. Let's start with the good news. The rain has stopped. Well, that is good news indeed. We can journey back in greater comfort. Again, alright, what's the bad news?
The huge storm has left the seas very choppy. The channel in particular is awful, so sailings out of Dover have been delayed a day or more.
Susato is still here. We can say goodbye! But, there won't be a train, surely. We couldn't be that lucky. Who do you think I am, Mr. Naruhodo? Mr. Sholmes? I rushed to Victoria Station earlier and made arrangements for a special express. What do you think I've been doing while you guys do the funny courtroom stuff? I just run around and, like, do whatever comes into my mind. I know of a fine restaurant that serves the most delicious baked soleil. I don't... The great detective does it again. Indeed he does. I happen to be aware of a number of rail transport directors fully on this. I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he more blackmail! Might be wise to stop manipulating people that way.
What are we waiting for then? To London, Victoria.
Alright, so now we get a goodbye Susie scene. Oh, the stream is long, but so good. 18th of April, 5:32 a.m. Port of Dover, quayside. That took somewhat longer than I had anticipated.
Susie's boat must be about to leave by now.
Miss Susato, where are you? Miss Susato! Over there, look!
Hold it!
She's about to chuck that book into the water. Miss Susato, wait! What are you doing?
Mr. Naruhodo? What are you doing there?
That's Susato over there! We came as soon as we could after the trial. I mean, we heard that sailings were being delayed due to the bad weather, you see.
Oh, I see. Then, Then tell me, how did Gina's trial go? It went well. She was acquitted. That's wonderful. Really wonderful news. The book you were about to throw into the sea. It was your encyclopedia of British law, wasn't it? Oh dear. I was hoping you hadn't seen that. I'm not worthy of practicing law in any way now. So, I was saying my final farewell. You were saying goodbye to law. You, Susato-san. Would I be correct in assuming it's because of the people, Miss Susato? Oh my god, really? Is that why she's like, it's about her calling the people? Okay, her making the people was the reason we solved the case. I deliberately altered the scene of a crime, and then I tried to hide that fact. What I did is utterly unforgivable. That reminds me. How did you even come to have this, Susie? On the evening of the incident, Mr. Sholmes had invited Gina to dinner, if you remember. Well, Gina gave us a little introductory lesson, didn't she? To the art of pickpocketing, I mean? Oh my god. Oh, that was so much fun! I stole Bruno's armband! Yes, please don't do that again, Iris. The band's very important to me. Well, if it's so important, you should pay more attention to it. You didn't notice for ages. On a whim, I thought it would be fun to see if I could take the cat flap-o-mat. So I put it up my sleeve. Really? And then I rather forgot about it. Until I how do you forget about something that, like, cumbersome? Until I found myself in Mr. Windibank's shop with it later that night. And then... bang. Ah! Mr. Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes! Leave me, Mr. Naruhodo. Right. After Mr. Naruhodo had left the shop, I started to think. That door started to play on my mind. The storeroom door, you mean? Yes. If Gina was anywhere in the shop, I realized it could only be behind that door. And at that moment, the little device that I had up my sleeve sprang to mind. I was so worried about Gina, I simply had to know. So, you used the cat flap-o-mat to make the peephole in the door. The cat flap-o-mat is the piece of evidence that Herlock Sholmes brought us, Casey. He brought us this goofy contraption so we could prove the bad guy's testimony wrong because the peephole that he said he saw the crime through didn't exist when he was committing the crime. Goofiest plot point in the trial, for sure. As captured in a photographic print of the shop. Goofy contraption. By one of Hurley's red-handed recorders. Another goofy contraption. Indeed, it was of the first importance, that point. Precisely when the peephole was made, that information would prove to be Mr. Naruhodo's greatest weapon. Though naturally, without proof, it would have amounted to nothing. But when I looked through the hole in the door, the sight that met my eyes made my blood run cold. Thoughts started to run through my mind. I remembered that trial 2 months earlier. The trial of Magnus McGilford. I thought about how he had manipulated the evidence and arranged false testimony to secure his freedom. It made the British justice system feel very dark and sinister to me. And then, a terrible thought occurred to me. What if some wicked criminal was planning to do the same thing now? Because from the appearance of the crime scene, it looked exactly as though Gina had shot Mr. Windibank. Even though I was sure she would never have done such a thing. You were worried that the true culprit would try to frame her for the crime. That's right. But then I realized it would be very difficult for anyone to give false testimony in this case. Because she just made a peephole that wasn't there before. Well, the crime appeared to have happened behind the door of a locked room. For someone to claim falsely to have witnessed it, there would have to be a way to see beyond the door. Oh, so she thought... See, she thought, correctly, honestly, that the villain would use the peephole to claim that they saw what happened. For which, a peephole would be the very thing. Only the peephole I'd made wasn't actually there till after the crime had been committed. Of course. So doing that could have fricked up the case if she didn't realize and then tell Sholmes, and then instead we used it as a bait, basically. Bait him into using the peephole as a cover story, so then we can be like, psych, no peephole. No peephole. And the criminal would know that, so it wouldn't make any difference. Oh my god, no peephole with the leaning forward Megamind image too? That works too well. Because it's like he's looking through a peephole. No peephole. I think that's what this VOD's gonna be called. But the possibility of a rather ingenious trap was there, was it not? A trap? Is that why she did it? So, is that why you kept it a secret, Susie? You never mentioned that you made the peephole to anyone, not even to the police. I know, and I knew at the time what I was doing was wrong. That's why I decided to confide in Mr. Sholmes. If Mr. Naruhodo was completely backed into a corner, the truth about the peephole could save him. It all comes down to the peephole. The peephole is the key to all of this. But then, why didn't you just tell me everything before the trial began? My dear fellow, you're not thinking straight. If she had done that, it would have rendered you complicit in the whole escapade. Ah. You could have been disbarred if you had been seen to have knowingly tampered with the crime scene. So Miss Susato decided to shoulder the burden of responsibility alone. I mean, she told me, but like... I kind of don't give a shit about the law. They're not gonna do anything to me. I solved too many mysteries for them. I'm too chaotic to be arrested. The truth is, when it happened, I did it because I'd lost a little of my faith in the law. Oh. I was worried that the right person wouldn't be convicted of the crime. But the moment I allowed myself to think that, it's the moment I lost my right to call myself a judicial assistant. What you did isn't comparable to what he did. Graydon is the one who lied on the witness stand, using that peephole as a way to implicate Gina. And besides, if the peephole inconsistency hadn't existed, I'm not at all sure she would have been acquitted in the end. Miss Susato, what you did saved Gina's life. Well, with your kind words, Mr. Naruhodo, you've saved me too, from my regrets. Well, we must all be thankful that Mr. Strahd's freedom has been assured. Yes, exactly. Although some of the loose ends in that trial will continue to play on my mind, I'm sure. But the revelation that the music box disc contains secret messages, Mr. Naruhodo. What a triumph to work that out. I'm full of admiration. Well, actually, that argument wasn't quite as compelling as I thought it was. Oh, it wasn't? There was a communications officer among the jury members, you see, a telegraph operator. She said the majority of the sounds on the disc were just meaningless tones. As one would expect. After all, we're talking about secret government communications. No doubt they were written in cipher to avoid being readily understood should they have been intercepted. In cipher? I see. So then we could never have hoped to understand the message anyway. Nonsense, my dear fellow. It's quite a zero-pipe problem, I assure you. What? What's happening? What is happening? What? Ah. So... Gi? Wait, what? Did he decipher the cipher? Ah. So... Gi. What? Well, that can't be a real word, can it? How funny. Wait, Iris, what did you just say? Oh, Iris said it. I just said, asogi? Does that word mean something to you? Mean something? Yeah, 'cause she hasn't met Kazuma Asogi, the mentor. Asogi was the name of my best friend. But how? How do you know that name, Iris? I wrote it down during the trial before, when the message was playing on the music box. She transcribed it on the fly? She really is a genius. I thought the message probably wouldn't be written out in plain Morse code, so I tried various ways to interpret it. But whenever I tried, the words just didn't seem to make any sense. That is, in English, at least. Oh. It suddenly occurred to me, you see, there's more than one Morse code, not just the English variety. Various countries around the world. Yeah, whatever info was in that music box is, like, crucial to the overarching plot of this, like, Great Ace Attorney series. Great Ace Attorney duology. Various countries around the world have altered and added to Morse code to use it in their own languages. I don't believe it. Are you saying... That's right. I've only actually seen a chart of Japanese Morse code once before, but I think it's based on the Iroha pangram, isn't it? And you mean to say that in Japanese Morse code, the message says, Asogi? Yes, I think so. Sorry, but I don't remember all of Japanese Morse code. Iris, would you let me see that? Miss Susato, do you know it? Do you know Japanese Morse code? Yes, I spent some time studying it. Oh, now we have the government secrets nobody else has. Because I'm quite sure Morse code will become ever more important for international communications. Then might I recommend, my dear madam, that you focus your efforts on the English version. Be that as it may, Iris, show me the message, please. One last war drop for the road, boys. Of course. But what can this possibly mean? Whatever is in that long sequence of supposedly meaningless dots and dashes. It's made the color drain from Susato-san's face. There's no doubt that this message is written in Japanese Morse code. So the British Empire has been using Japanese for its secret communications? I don't understand the reason why, but the message appears to be a list of 4 people's names. 4 names. The first is Kei Asogi, Kazuma Asogi. Wait, why? Why was his name on that disc? The second is A. Shin. Shin. I don't reckon. Holy shit. Name war drop. All of these names are going to come up in the next game, I guarantee it. I don't recognize that name. The third is T. Greguson. That's not a... Greguson. Oh, Gregson. Ah, it would seem Tobias Gregson is the third man on the list. And what's his name doing in a secret government communication as well? And the last name. What's the matter, Susato? It's just so strange. So unexpected. Oh, what is it, Susie? The last name is J. Wilson. Oh, shit. Iris's father, the original Dr. Wilson, Holmes' sidekick. Whoa. And the victim of the first case of this game. What? Wilson? John H. Wilson? You mean Daddy? It says only J. Wilson, so I'm afraid I can't be sure. Then, after the 4 names, it reads, if I translate from Japanese, that is all 4. And that's the end of the message. Or rather, the end of what you noted down, Iris. Kazuma Asogi, Tobias Gregson, John Wilson, and another name we don't know, A. Shin. Now that's a stinger for the next game if I've ever heard one. I just can't believe it. Whoever would have thought that those discs contained Japanese Morse code? Not to mention a strange list of some disturbingly familiar names. It would appear that this particular message is a communication of some kind between Great Britain and the Empire of Japan. So, Daddy could be in Japan then? Where Susie and Runo come from? Nobody's told her. We still haven't told her that Dad was dead in the first case I did in Japan. Oh, well... no, it's not very likely really, is it? I mean, there are thousands of people with the surname Wilson, and there must be lots of J's among them. Cope,
Cope. Professor John H. Wilson, visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University. But we can't tell Iris about that now. We just can't. This is so strange. Somehow, in solving the case of Mr. Windibank's murder today, I feel like I've rolled back a boulder at the mouth of a very dark cave. The conspiracy shit that's been lurking under the surface of this whole game. I do wonder if perhaps it's a dark cave that we shouldn't go wandering inside. Are we gonna hit the 6-hour mark with this stream? We're close. Oh dear. The ship is going to set sail soon. Yes, it seems so. I'll sail on that steamship first to the port of Dunkirk in France. Then I'll change onto a larger passenger vessel bound for Japan. You're really going then, Susie? We wish you a safe passage, Miss Susato. Thank you so much. I wish all of you the very best. Miss Susato, I had hoped to have you always at my side to guide me and support me. Mr. Naruhodo. Please, come back soon. As far as I'm concerned, you really are the very best judicial assistant in the world. Aww. I'm quite sure. I'll be back before you know it. Really, Susie? Oh, now don't forget, Iris. I made you a promise I've yet to fulfill. A promise? About your manuscript. Ah. Yes, the Hound of the Baskervilles manuscript that we still haven't read. 6 hours, boys! Let's go! It is now midnight. I started the stream at 6 p.m. thinking I would be done before 8 p.m. Again, no complaint. It's just funny. Like, if I'd known how long this was been, I could have played, like, another hour yesterday, and then started from, like, section 3 of the trial or whatever. Well, I'll be waiting for you then, Susie. A promise is a promise. Definitely, Iris. I vastly underestimated how long this trial was going to be. Never before have I so vastly underestimated. Mr. Naruhodo, do you remember the first time we met? Yes, of course. On the SS Burya, when I was dragged out from that wardrobe, still half asleep. Wait, they didn't meet during... No, that's not when they first met. They met during the first case. What? If I remember rightly, you threw me halfway across the cabin with the Susato takedown. You know very well I'm talking about after that. It's strange, but being thrown together as we were in that case, I somehow felt straight away that you were the perfect person to continue Kazuma-sami's greatest legacy. Didn't we meet her very briefly in the first case? In Arizona time, you started at 4 p.m. and it's now 10. Yep. My instincts were right. I really want to believe. No, I'm sure that... I could do the Wordle on stream. I've done it before. I'll be back soon. Farewell until then.
Somehow we seem to have come to the end of the adventures of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Or the first volume, at least. Looking back now, it feels as though fate has led me on this journey. Fate led me to becoming a lawyer, to traveling halfway around the world, to meeting the great detective.
We can't
I'm
hear
sure
you.
there'll be trials and tribulations ahead. Of course there will.
Trials and tribulations.
But whatever happens,
The name of the third. I'm sure there will be
I'll
Ace
be able to
Attorney
turn
Trials
my
and
fortunes
Tribulations.
around.
Aww.
After all, I have the greatest friends in the world on my side.
Ah, yes, Mr. Naruhodo. This stream isn't over yet. Yes, Mr. Sholmes. I have some rather awkward news. The railway company has decided to sue over the special express train, apparently. Huh? Wait, what? It caused such a commotion on the line. All the other trains had to wait in stations. But really, we would never have made it to Dover in time otherwise. We disturbed the entire... Anyway, I explained everything and how it was all your fault. Huh? Huh? I believe a formal complaint should be delivered to your office tomorrow. But not to worry, my dear fellow. According to Mr. Soto, you love defending yourself in court. Guys! Huh? 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 It's alright. I'm perfectly happy to testify. He really didn't look like the sort of man who'd do something so outrageous. See? We, like, screwed up the entirety of the UK's, like, train system to get a train out here. Oh my god. Mr. Sholmes? Yes? A word, if you don't mind. Why, certainly. Any word you like. Better without, my dear fellow. Oh, yes, I love Runo's words. Just the one he'll use here. Then, I really must say...
Objection!
Objection! Director, scenario planning, Shu Takumi. Shu Takumi is the GOAT. Let's frickin' go. In the following weeks, hundreds of music boxes arrived at Baker Street from all over Europe. GG. GG is right. We beat it. We beat the first great Ace Attorney game. Let's go. I advertised the music boxes for sale with used by Mr. Sholmes to solve an important case. And the money I've earned? Consulting detective work pays a pittance by comparison. Glad you could make it out to the stream. Anybody who's here. Casey and whoever the other viewer is right now. Maybe Jack. I don't know if he's still here, but... When I'm this busy, Hurley usually cooks me breakfast. It was a damn good final case. This game does not... This game does not fuck around. Best game in the series, possibly. I need to play the second game to, like, get a full package, but, oh man. Witness, your testimony. That's right, I get a funny credit scene. Oh my god, these guys. And they're ready to wear cobalt coins out in the rare state themselves. Yes, I know, sir. I don't know, sir, knows his father is an innocent man. Or call my son a liar. Bro, imagine that cameo, Casey. I haven't seen, like... I feel like he was watching my streams back when I was streaming like years ago, but then now he isn't watching it. Having delivered the Russian dancer to shore in Shanghai, I laid low on the steamship for a while. But last night I apprehended an extremely sus Japanese national on board. I've done nothing wrong! All I did was give Wagga Huggies a Wagga Huggies. Is that racist? I don't know. A man brings some kittens on board and suddenly he's a hardened criminal, not fair! Planning. Yoichiro Ikeda at Sushi Jodai. Scripting. Kazuhiro Nakata. Yes, okay. This guy. This is the sus guy that I think is going to be a bad guy in the next game. Scientific I dream of a world governed by the tenets of order and discipline. Like a great clock, in fact, whose hundreds of parts mesh together in perfect unison. Also, I think my office is in Big Ben for some reason. Like, this guy has such villain vibes. Character model. Casey, have you ever actually played any of the Ace Attorney games? Because you're getting a treat watching this one, man. Like, this is just such... Ugh. As fun as... It's like, as fun to watch them as it is to play them often. Not bad, I suppose, from an amateur. I don't know, I didn't read it. Glug, glug, glug. Ah, her ladyship puts me to shame. You have not. Well, they're a good time. I mean, I played all the original. Oh God, why does John Garrett get a scene? Been visiting the old girl on a daily basis, of course. Joni, my dear. Must say, battling with those bloody stairs every day. Not the Garredebs. Not the Garrett. Still kind of narrow with their game of Spanish and TF2. Well, I mean, watching a stream is always a good way to get exposed to some other games. Because this, as you've seen, this game is a crazy... Oh yes, these two are iconic. My Rolly is back on the beat again, all thanks to the Reaper. There's nothing I enjoy more these days than hunting out small change in the gutter. I'm a better Bobby now, looking out for Londoners that drop halfpennies and my lovely wife. Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly. Those two, tampered... He tampered with a crime scene in the last case because he wanted to go on a date with her sooner and not have to do his job. Incredibly based. Looks like I'm gonna be doing time for a bit now. But Iris comes every day for a matter, so it ain't too boring. She's always going on about all them cases what Sholmes is looking into. Criminal investigations are kinda interesting when you get into them. Yes, I renounced my upbringing and chose a life of sophisticated crime. But regrets? Please. Give over, bruv! That ain't the us we used to know. We got Terminator plan to come back of Milverton and Skulkin's milk run, right? The three Musker Woozits. Milking the neighborhood for all it's worth. Was he the third Skulkin brother all along? Like it wasn't literally their brother, it was just like... Mario and Luigi. This past 6 months has been a time I shall remember evermore. Painful goodbyes and wonderful encounters. I've come to realize that's what life is all about. Naruhodo-san, I promise, your assistant will return to you one day. In Great Ace Attorney 2, Resolve, which is also in this package that I bought. But for now, I leave you with many memories. Producer, Shintaro Kojima. Aww. The whole squad. What is this? Oh, more credits. Okay. Voice actors. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, Mark Oda. Bradley Clarkson as Herlock Sholmes. He had good voiceover. I kind of don't like the Naruhodo voice actors actually kind of Barack Von Zeeks, Robert Vernon, Iris Wilson, Claire Moore. Narrator. When was there a narrator? They barely even had voice lines, really. she's still out there somewhere. She's the baddie from the first case. Baddie is in bad guy, not baddie is in... Although, she's kind of the other one, too. Kind of bad. So much interesting lore at the end of that, too. But it still resolved itself in a satisfying way. I was a little worried that it would end on, like, a cliffhanger for the next game, but it didn't really. I mean, we got the tidbits of the names and, like, the growing plot set up. And I'm very curious about, like, the Von Zeke's history in particular. She's kind of bad, though, flushed emoji. Also, Jack, if you're still here and you're watching this, that was frickin' fantastic. More and more I understand why you were obsessed with this game back when you were playing it. So frickin' good. I'm so glad I got an English translation. For those of you who might not know in the audience, this game and the sequel came out on 3DS in Japan originally, and it was like, oh, they're never gonna get localized. Like, it's too hard to localize them. The fan translations were getting made. I was gonna play a fan translation at some point. And then they not only released English localizations, but on all platforms, physically and everything. Like, very... Ace Attorney fans are eating well. Much better than they have been for arguably the last several years. Like, once this came out, they really started eating well. Now, hopefully we can get a, like, mainline entry soon, too. Although, honestly, the thing about a mainline entry is I haven't played Ace Attorney 5, and I've only played part of 5. Russian Dying Message. Mikhail Ignazov. What? Yeah, no, this is a difficult game to, like, translate and edit over and stuff, so. But I'm glad they put in the effort to do it. And not only do it, but, like, port over both games in one sexy package. Oh, we've got more friends walking alongside us. Oh, we lost Kazuma, though. Fun Zeeks. Look at them doing their dumb JoJo poses. Oh, I see the little shot of her smiling. Is she gonna walk with us? Is she gonna join our little fun walk cycle? Oh, she's too busy playing with her gun. Real treat. I wonder what you'll do for your next stream. Me too. I don't know. I mean, there is the second game in this package, but I do kind of want to try streaming some other stuff. I always get back into Yakuza for like one stream and then don't play it again for months. So maybe this is the time to actually commit to playing that. I don't know. I'm moving tomorrow. No, not tomorrow. Next week. So that's why ooh, this is a nice little finishing screen. I'm moving next week, so MEGAstream. I'm moving next week, so that's why I really wanted to finish this case before I moved.
Ba, 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 ba. So next time we play Great Ace Attorney, we will move on to Great Ace Attorney 2 Resolve. It'll probably be a while before I play this game again, though. I'm streaming a lot of Ace Attorney content, but I don't just want to be like an Ace Attorney channel, so I'm gonna try to stream some other stuff. But I'm moving, so there'll probably be a bit of a stream gap again. That's why I was like, I need to finish this case so that if my stream gap ends up being like all of September, I need to be done with this case before. Like I need to finish Great Ace Attorney Adventures. It has to be done. Alright. This is gonna close this now. Oh boy, now we're done with my longest stream so far. 6 hours. This one's gonna absolute madness. 6 hours of crazy Great Ace Attorney goodness. Again, thank you for coming out, everyone. Or just Casey. Whoever's here. And thank you for watching if you're watching on YouTube, watching the VOD. It's been a real joy to play through this game and do it on stream. Seriously, very fun. Arrivederci!